One.
Good evening, everyone. Adequate notice of this meeting was provided by sending such notice to the Asbury Park Press, the Middletown Patch, and the Middletown Township Public School District website, and the posting of such notice at the August T Minor administrative offices in each elementary, middle, and secondary school in the district. Roll call.
Mrs. Cavallini,
Here.
Mr. Safarowski,
Here.
Mr. Fitzgerald,
Here.
Mrs. Wright here. Mrs. Gillespie here, Mr. Toll,
Here.
Mrs. Tobacco here, Mr. Toll.
Here. And I need a mo-
Here, all right, it's video. All right, I didn't know it.
all here. I now need a motion for exec session to discuss HIB and personnel matters.
So moved. Second.
Discussion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstention. See you in a little bit.
One.
Good evening, everyone. Please stand for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We're going to start tonight with our high school norm speaker, Paige Pate.
Good evening, my name is Paige Payne, and I'm a junior at Middletown High School North. Praise referrals were submitted for Michael Diamond, sophomore, and Lacey Marcotte, sophomore. Congratulations to our DECA competitor, sophomore Santiago Bernamezu, for placing first in the state of New Jersey in the finance competition in Atlantic City. He competed against 200+ students in the category of business finance, making this a remarkable achievement. Since Miss Susan Peters started DECA in Middletown 17 years ago, North has never won a first place winner. Santiago earned the chance to represent Middletown and the state of New Jersey at the DECA International Competition in Orlando in April. Congratulations also go out to Francesca Times, Julie Sickler, Chris Healy, and Damon Shelton for their top placement among the competitors taking the 100-question business exam. Congratulations to junior Mark Conway, who has been selected to participate in the Hispanic Scholarship Fund's 2025 Youth Leadership Institute. YLI is a college empowerment program for high-achieving Latino high school juniors designed to give young leaders practical tools to achieve academic and career successes. Mark is among 440 students selected out of a 4,600 national applicant pool. The 5-day conference will be held June 25th to 29th at Loyola Marymount University. The North Mini Winter Film Festival took place February 25th in the TV studio, where our TV film students presented some of their best work to a student audience. Throughout Black History Month, we recognized, honors, and celebrated the achievements, culture, and contributions of Black Americans throughout history. NJ GPA testing, a high school graduation requirement, took place March 10th to 13th for juniors. Congratulations to Brody Tonker, who was honored at the Super 100 All-State Football Banquet. Middletown North Wrestling. Thomas Ralph became Middletown's North 24th region champion the first weekend in March. This was the first championship for Blau as he entered the state tournament with a 41-1 record. Also punching their ticket to Atlantic City for the state tournament were Nikki Wall and Danny Benbrook by finishing 4th. Middletown North finished as the top public school in Region 5. A huge congratulations to our Griffins competition team for yet again an incredible performance at Impact. They finished first in their division at their final competition of the season. Middletown High School North spring sports are officially underway. Most teams have finished their tryouts and are eagerly awaiting scrimmages and games to begin. This weekend, March 21st to 22nd, performances will take place for our spring musical Pippin, Friday at 7 p.m. and Saturday at 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Middletown High School North juniors selected to attend Boys State include Kevin Birdsey, Dominic Nagel, and Jack Viola. Thank you.
We're going to move on to our committee reports for curriculum instruction, Mr. Tull.
Thank you, Mr. Capone. Yes, curriculum committee met on March 11th. A lot of good announcements Mr. Cullen shared with us. I'll share a few of the highlights. First, just a couple notes on things for college and SAT preparation that the district is offering. There'll be an opportunity on Saturday, April 12th for students at North and South to take a digital SAT practice test for free. And the Princeton Review will provide a score report comprehensively detailing areas of strength, areas where growth could be developed to help get prepared for the actual test. Similarly, there will be advanced placement AP exam review sessions offered by the district on Saturday, April 5th. So all high school students taking any of the AP classes can attend these. They're 2-hour sessions where they'll be able to work with teachers and students in the same classes to go over the tests and practice and prepare to make sure they're all set for their actual AP exams. Also, continuation from last meeting, we reported on this, that the morphology pilot program, which is a literacy program for the upper elementary grades, has been piloted at a couple of schools the last year or so, and the teachers involved in that met with administration to report, the findings they've had, the things they like about it, the things that could be improved, to make sure that the district's overall literacy program is aligning with, for example, the Orton Gillingham program we put in for the lower grades last year, to make sure we're doing all we can to follow a science of reading-based approach to literacy. And similarly, we heard some more updates on the different pilot programs being explored for elementary math programs. So their curriculum team is meeting with a couple different vendors to identify the best option to improve our math program as well. And also in a response to some reports we were getting about inconsistent approaches to the academic opportunity program in the middle schools, there was just some clarification and direction given to staff to ensure consistency across the district on that those programs are being used for what each individual kid actually needs to use that time for. So that was kind of advised district-wide as well for consistency. That's the highlights of the curriculum. Thanks, Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Tull. Moving on to student services, Mrs. Wright.
Yes, so student services also met on March 11th. We had a good discussion hearing about more of the work that Mrs. Granger is doing throughout the district, along with special education and different programs and improvements there that she is making. We also talked about the mock interviews at BellWorks for our transition program students that was held on Tuesday, March 11th as well. In cooperation with Central Reach, our students were able to go to BellWorks and participate in workshops that really taught them skills around interviewing. And then they had basically the chance to do a mock interview right there, which was really great to hear about. And I hope to hear about more opportunities for them as they go out and seek some jobs. Also, just to remind everybody that we are still doing the Parent University. The next program will be held on Tuesday, April 8th. Sorry, just trying to read this for a second. And that will be on the topics of differentiation and inclusion. To remind everybody, next week will be the first, I believe, district-wide Developmental Disabilities Awareness Week, where all schools will participate with the same programming to raise awareness about disabilities, and everybody will have the same themes across the entire week. And we also had a meeting with the administration for the Middletown Friends of Diverse Learners on March 10th. We had a good first meeting with Mrs. Granger. Also want to share the exciting news that Harmony has now put in, I think with help actually of some of the parents in the district, a new sensory and communication board at their playground at Harmony School, which is really great to see, and hope to see that spread across the district.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Moving on to finance and facilities, Ms. Doherty.
The Finance Committee met on March 7th. The committee meeting was focused on Dr. Alphone's overview of the tentative 25-26 budget, reviewing that with the committee, and that budget is on the agenda for tonight. That was the finance meeting. The Facilities Committee met on March 12th, and the committee reviewed a couple of the items that are on the agenda this evening under facilities for bids that are being awarded and then the acceptance of a proposal. We also talked about the progression of the Port Monmouth property sale, and that is moving along, and the fact that we had issued an engineering firm RFP. Responses were due back March 10th, and the next steps will be for the committee and the administration to evaluate the proposals, looking to make an appointment at our reorganization meeting in May. And we also are pursuing some proposals with our architect for some work as well.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. Okay, and now we're going to open the microphone up for public comment on agenda items only. Please state your name for the record. We'd like to make-
This is just so everyone knows, this is for agenda items only that the board's voting on tonight. The school issue, there'll be a second public comment afterwards. And this part of the meeting goes relatively quickly, so we will get to the time for the general public comment. The copies are in the back. You can't just yell out questions from the audience.
Raising our hand.
You can come up and have public comment. This is on agenda items only.
Hello, Dawn. I have 3 children,
one at Leonardo in an LLD confined class with multiple disabilities. You talk about education and you talk about Spirit Week and everyone's gonna have the same theme. What are you actually doing to teach the students about autism, ADHD, apraxia, any of the actual disabilities besides, oh, let's wear blue on Monday, let's wear yellow on Tuesday? What are you actually planning on teaching the children? Nothing? What I thought. Yeah.
Just in response to that, and so the public knows this is not a back and forth question and answer, this is public comment, so thank you for your comment.
Okay, see no one else coming forward to the microphone. We should close the public comment on agenda item and move on to a couple of proclamations. We have proclamation number 1, National Autism Awareness Month. Therefore, be it resolved, the Middletown Board of Education do hereby recognize April 25th, April 2025 as Autism Awareness Month in Middletown Township Public Schools, and urge all employees and students to participate in Autism Awareness Month activities in order to become a better educator on the subject of autistic spectrum disorders. We also have a proclamation for Child Abuse Prevention Month. Therefore, be it resolved, the Middletown Township Board of Education do hereby recognize April 2025 as National Child Abuse Prevention Month in Middletown Township Public School District Schools. National Paraprofessional Appreciation Day. Therefore, be it resolved, the Middletown Township Board of Education do hereby recognize Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025 as National Paraprofessional Appreciation Day in Middletown Township Public Schools. And lastly, we have Administrative Professionals Day. Therefore, be it resolved, the Middletown Township Board of Education do hereby recognize April 23rd, 2025 as Administrative Professionals Day and expresses deep appreciation to the administrative professionals for their unselfish service to schools, students, departments, and communities. Thank you all. Now moving to reports, Dr. Alphone with her superintendent.
Do the budget presentation, so Sean, can you I don't know that I need a microphone.
Is it moving?
Yes, good. So thank you. You know, I certainly, as a parent myself, appreciate all you coming out and being interested in what we're going to present tonight. First, I want to preface this by saying, as educators, we never take decisions like this lightly. Tonight is a proposal that I'm technically presenting to the board. Tonight, they're voting on a tentative agenda or tentative budget, which is the numerical figure. And how we choose to utilize that operating budget is what this proposal is moving towards. I'm going to share with you tonight a little bit of context, which I think is really important that you understand, because the finances of the situation are kind of the perfect storm of things coming together. So all I ask is that you be respectful, be open-minded, and know that this is not a final vote on any school closure tonight. But it is my responsibility, as it is my administrative team's responsibility and the board's responsibility, to think about all 8,500 kids in this district. Your children are as valuable as each and every one of the other ones here, but sometimes I have to look at the big picture and certainly make recommendations that service, you know, every single student that comes through our doors each day. So I appreciate you being open-minded and listening. So the goals of this budget have been as challenging as they have ever been. I'm sure that most of you have at some point seen some type of publication or news article about the challenges that school districts in New Jersey are facing because of the funding at the state and federal level. So when we looked at this budget this year, we knew that there was going to be certainly an uphill climb because year over year, the challenges become greater and greater. So our goals in this year's budget are to continue to advance the educational experience for our students through a lens of modern education, because education has changed greatly over the last 20 to 30 years. And I'm not gonna, and I can't continue so I would ask that someone, I know, but there's nothing I can do about the space limitations. Right. They have play practice. I can't continue if you're not going to. I hear you. That's fine. And they've also been told that there's a live stream that they can join on to. So we're providing access. We record and live stream all the video. Yeah, we have a YouTube channel that's published on our website. So I would like to continue because I think the information, if you care about the impact to your children, you would probably care to listen. So I will continue. Our second goal is operating with the greatest amount of efficiency as possible, certainly to be responsible and maximize the taxpayer investment, because you're all paying taxes into the system. Yep, I pay them too. And the last goal is to begin a 5 to 7 year plan where we start to correct some of the situations that exist that are largely out of our control. So here are some of the things that are happening around the state and similar situations where these districts are underwater in the sense of not being able to meet their operating budget costs based on state aid and taxpayer dollar alone. And so they have been turning.
Please stop yelling out in the middle of the presentation. Every board meeting is live streamed.
What is the link?
Ma'am, please stop yelling out and let the superintendent continue. You will be removed. if you don't stop.
Well, what is?
No, she won't remove them. She's not done anything.
It's the YouTube channel, yeah, on the website.
The district's,
Here, that's right.
it's
What's
the,
the link?
ma'am, it's the district's YouTube channel.
So Middletown is.
Go tell them to Google.
You stop yelling out. Go out there and help them. It ain't her responsibility.
Like, no, and the comments are off on YouTube, so.
I don't believe there's been any email.
No, I know.
All those emails.
We can solve the problem by moving to a bigger room.
So I can't continue if,
On YouTube, it is easy to.
so I'd like to continue in the interest of everybody's time. So I would continue with the fact that this is a very challenging time in public education.
Please stop yelling.
Not transparent. You know what?
And they're on their way outside to inform them. They're on their way outside to inform them.
Just for everybody's information, these are recorded and also posted, so people have access to the replay as well. And there will, just to preface, there are going to be additional opportunities for parent forums following this meeting. So tonight is not the only chance that you're going to get to hear this message, see this, and articulate your concerns. It's a proposal, but it's the message as well, is the information related to the financial pieces, which we all can't ignore. That is a reality of Middletown's district in total, which all of your children are a part of.
Budgeting, if all of them are failing.
Yeah, and how long has that been happening? How in the?
I'm gonna stick with the content of the presentation, and certainly if you have additional questions, you can email me, we can talk, you can ask them at our follow-up forums, absolutely. But tonight is about getting you accurate information, so that way you have something to frame your thinking in regards to the proposal. So I think that's important that you listen to that information, because that's what the point of tonight is.
Live, how can we believe what you're saying here?
So some of the realities that we can't ignore in our budget. We have lost state aid significantly over the course of the last 10 years. And when you look at where we started in 2009 to the present day, it's a differential of about 7 million, but compound it's over 60 million. And that's a reality. When the state talks about fully funding anything, and I'll show you some kind of eye-opening information, is that they fully fund nothing. They do not even come close to funding what they consider is the dollar amount to educate a single pupil in our district, or in the state of New Jersey for that matter. So as we lose state aid, we lose ground in regards to covering the cost of educating a student. So when they say fully funding, I please encourage you to just be aware that does not mean they fund dollar for dollar the educational cost of funding a student. And I'm going to share with you tonight what we currently pay to educate a student in Middletown and the differential between reality, what the state funds, and what we do. You can reference all this information on the NJDOE website. This is where I pulled that information. So our enrollment decline, we're not doing a Q&A now, respectfully, because I want to get through the presentation. So we have had our enrollment decline drastically, in school-based kind of terminology over the last several years, particularly starting way back in 2010, when we also had that steep decline in state aid. Over the course of that same time frame, we've lost 1,500 students. We have had a recent demographic study done this year where we expect little population growth over the next 5 to 10 years. That was done by a demographer and solidifies the fact that our population is pretty much remaining stagnant.
What about all
All of those properties are taken into consideration in that study. So we rely on statisticians that work in demography to do that work for us.
available?
So we also have only in that time span taken 200 student school building offline. So when you look at our operational efficiency, we are still operating at a capacity and a footprint meant for over 10,000 kids, because that's where we were back in 2009, at about 10,200 students in the district. Right now, we're sitting at about 8,500. So this is important because it is what the state deems to be the adequacy number for determining how much you should be spending per pupil. It is weighted. They start with the baseline of what it costs to educate an elementary student. It's about $14,000. And then they weight it because they consider a middle school, a high school student, and a vocational student more expensive to educate. They also consider at-risk populations like special education, economically disadvantaged, ESL learners, and all this comes into a weighting where there's an average. So when you look at that average, it runs about 15 and change is what the state deems to be adequate in spending for schools to provide a thorough and effective education. And that's the terminology they utilize. Back one. So if you take a look, our state aid, and I pulled a couple of the more drastic statistical years. I pulled 2009, which we received about $21 million in state aid, which if you boil that down to how much of that $15,000 they said is thorough and effective and efficient to educate a student is, they only provided 2,000 of those dollars in that year. And as you can see, over time, it has gotten less and less. I mean, certainly we bounced back a little bit because we had a little bit of a bump last year with some of the aid that they built back in, but we've never recouped to the spot of 20 million. And even at 20 million, they were only funding 2,000 of that $15,000 expectation per student. So that's important to understand. The other piece is what we pay in Middletown to educate a student. If you take a look at our budget, this is our cost per student based on last year's operating budget. So the state says 15 is thorough and efficient. Middletown pays currently about 21,000 per student. So if you look at the differential between 21,000 and 15,000, you're looking at a $6,000 gap between what the state deems to be thorough and efficient and what we pay based on our overall operating costs to educate each and every student. So there is definitely a gap there that we can't ignore. A couple of other important pieces that play into the state funding formula and how schools get funded. I mean, certainly S2, which started 7 years ago with this phase-in of a reduction in state aid, to try to balance the equities in the state, which is a completely broken system, in my opinion, is a reality. And it is also based on these two concepts of over adequacy and under local fair share. So the state says that we are over adequacy by about $10 million, meaning we are operating at too expensive of an overall operating budget and moving too far away from what they consider to be that thorough and effective number, which is a big number. When you couple that with they also consider us to be under our local fair share. And what local fair share is what the state has determined the taxpayers should be paying to provide that thorough and effective education. So what the state says is that we are $59 million under what taxpayers should be paying to foot the bill for education in Middletown. So when you look at the over adequacy of 10 million and the under local fair share by 60 million, you're looking at a differential of $70 million. That's a lot of money. And we've done a good job of trying to accommodate those facts, but we are at the end of the road in regards to not having to do something extreme to start a course correction to greater financial health. It is the reality. So some additional factors that are kind of playing into this is the average age of our district's buildings is about 76 years, some older, some younger, some have parts that are younger versus older. But the bottom line is there are a significant number of our buildings, particularly at the elementary level, that need a tremendous amount of repair. And we are at the point in time where we have to determine, is it worth it to rehab buildings? What kind of construction projects are we going to undertake potentially in the future? Because number one, our old buildings just cannot support what modern education is. Putting money into them will most likely not get them to a place that can fully support modern education. We have to start to think about that ticket as a district. We had a facilities cost estimate last year to get an idea of what it would cost to rehabilitate 16 buildings. And it was $759 million to rehab this district of 16 buildings. And certainly that is an enormous amount of money. We will have to eventually put some cost into that in order to upgrade some of the things that are just at end of life. But I am pretty confident that 759 million is just insurmountable as a community. The other thing is capacity. So we ran capacity numbers for our current buildings with our current populations. And our last column is the amount of capacity used in all of our schools. And you can see there are a significant number of our buildings in total across the district that are under capacity. So this mentality of overcrowding, it's not based on capacity numbers. So I think it's important to pay attention to the fact that we have buildings in this district that have space. So class size is a whole different thing because that has to do with staffing. Capacity is room to put more kids. So when you look at those two things, they're two very different things.
Interesting this room doesn't have enough capacity.
So we also have immediate infrastructure needs in the district. Immediate, right? HVAC replacements, we have lots of end-of-life units. And I'm not talking about rooftop units, I'm talking about in classroom, what's producing either heat or cooling in those classrooms. Certainly we've had some situations where we can't get parts for things anymore because they don't make them. The units are that old. Parking lot improvements for safety, window replacements for energy efficiency, bathroom renovations, security and alarm systems, just across the district, interior and exterior door replacements, and elementary kitchen and cafeteria improvements. The list is bigger than this, but these were some of the larger items that I thought were important to share. So what does our projected budget include and why are our operating costs so high? So last year we went out with a budget of 183 million. And this year we're going out with a projected budget of 100 and almost 97. And you may say, well, wow, that's a lot more. But we have to factor in inflation. And when you extract all of the things that account for that differential, you can see that they are things we cannot control. Salary increases, benefits, we can't control those, they're negotiated. Transportation increase, out of district tuition costs because we get charged back on those bills. Server upgrades because in order for safety and security, we need to be able to archive video to a certain extent. Property and casualty insurance, urgent maintenance projects that are in the name of student safety. We have curriculum training to continue our initiative for morphology. We certainly have an imbalance of fine and performing arts across the district that we want to dedicate funds to. Utilities costs. Utilities, we just got messaging, I know privately I have as well, 20% of an increase. You know, we're floating that bill across the districts and schools aren't immune to those energy cost increase. And vendor contracts, all of our vendors that we use for all of, you know, our services outside of what we provide internally, those costs have gone up. So inflation is passing that bill on to us as well. So when we take a look at what is causing that 7.4 increase between years, it really is inflation at the driver. There are not additional things layered into this budget. Correct. 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 And I did say that's a negotiated item, but we can't control it. No, there's a term to contracts. So our budget numbers. So this year, our operating budget, meaning the amount of money that we can raise as revenue if we go to a full tax increase and utilize every ounce of available revenue that we have, which includes a 1.7 healthcare adjustment waiver, in addition to utilizing a little over a percentage point of bank cap. Even exhausting all of those things and going out with a 4.8 increase, we can only raise $186 million, almost 187 million. That translates into a yearly increase for a home at an average assessed value of about $728,000 and a monthly cost at about $27.85, to be short $10 million in our operating budget. Because if you recall, there's still a $10 million gap due to all of those costs that are increasing for the current year, for the next school year rather. So that's the deficit. It's about 10 million, as I said. So we're at a fork in the road in the district, and our basic operating costs at this point outpace our ability to raise revenue. So we're going to have to do something in order to rectify that, because once we say we can't rectify the budget, the state will come in and tell us what to do. If you're following any of these news stories, that's what's going to happen. And the first thing they're going to say to us is, you are operating over adequacy, and they're going to force us to close things. But it will 100% happening. It's happening all around the state. So I'm a believer in there's opportunity in things. And I'm going to show you, and listen, you cannot be on board, you can have an opinion, but the numbers don't lie in the sense of there's an alternative to this, but I will tell you that it is definitely more extreme. It impacts every single kid in this district, and it really does a disservice to every single student that is here. So
we can make that decision.
So what this proposal does is it moves us towards greater long-term financial health. It starts to improve our educational facilities. It 100% will move us towards greater operational efficiency. We'll have the opportunity to balance resources across the district, particularly in special education, so that we don't have special education students zigzagging across the district for programs. It will craft logical sending zones, because there are some geographically illogical things that really impact our transportation costs and things like that. And we'll hopefully move towards gaining spaces that support modern education. So phase one of this plan, this proposal, and remember, it's a proposal. It's my proposal presented to the board tonight because I have a responsibility to all the students. So our goal is to shrink the district footprint and create geographically logical sending zones. As you heard through my letter or read through my letter, Bayshore Middle School students would be rezoned for Thorne and Thompson. This would be dependent upon elementary school attendance, and the majority of students would go to Thorne because that's where the capacity is. Leonardo Grade School and Navesink would combine and be zoned to attend what we've known as Bayshore Middle School, which would be the current, or Bayshore Elementary, which would be the current Bayshore Middle School facility. Two, Leonardo and Navesink. So it's not a Q&A, so I just want to get through the information. Two elementary schools would get the benefit of an immediate upgrade to their facility that boasts multiple gyms, a cafeteria, and lots of instructional space, which is definitely a difference from what exists now. I know I was an elementary principal here. I know how hard it is in those small spaces because everybody vies for the all-purpose room and for instructional space. We have specials in closets. So it is a better, more updated, spacious facility to support education. So what we would be moving to is a 2 middle school, 2 high school, and 10 elementary school footprint as part of phase one. But that would not be the only consolidation, and we'd be looking to eventually get to even fewer elementary schools in the future to try to reduce that footprint even further. So what this does for us is it presents a $4 million reoccurring savings in our budget, because that's how much operationally we estimate in savings by reducing the footprint in this way. It also eliminates the $300 million in renovation costs, and that's a lower end estimate because that was last year's estimate, and those costs $30 million. Those are definitely higher at this point. We don't own Navesink, so we'd be putting money into a school we don't own. That's a consideration. And certainly, Leonardo, the property, could become an asset when it's unoccupied. So when we look at south and north sending zones, these would be the reestablished sending relationships, and students who are currently in 5th, 6th, and 7th grade and are having their high school trajectory change would have an option to go to their originally intended high school. So, like I said, this is not a Q&A. There is also more information that will be shared as we get farther down the road with this, if the board does pursue the proposal. Phase two would be infrastructure upgrades to secondary schools first, including additional space added to both remaining middle schools, and upgrades to the 2 high schools in the sense of, just typical upgrades, windows, doors, HVAC systems, etc. This is timed to coincide with our district debt falling off. The district will be paying off their debt service, and therefore it is a timely opportunity to potentially examine and pursue larger construction projects in the district because they're necessary.
Would they be necessary if you?
So phase 3 and beyond. So further consolidation of the district footprint and continuation of building upgrades. This is where we start to examine the remaining elementary schools to see if we can condense down to 8, but that would require us to put additional space onto our remaining elementary schools, which would include the addition of large spaces like all-purpose rooms, gyms, cafeterias, things that our current elementary schools, for the most part, do not have the luxury of.
Our elementary schools giving more. to
Right
other-
now, we're not up at that point in examining this.
Let's take our tax money, take away our school and give it to other students. Right. Other students on the other side of town to get improvements, and we can get our schools taken away. The houses that we bought in school districts for the school districts, you can uproot all of that.
So what are some of the things if we don't do this? And I want to articulate to everybody the fact that there is an alternative, there is a plan B, and for some reason my slide of this is not coming up. So I want to share with you, listen, I have it memorized by this point. There would be a staff reduction of 120 plus staff members across the district. Class sizes across the district in all elementary schools would increase to 28. And secondary schools would increase to 30. We would lose all supplemental services other than things that are legally required. We would be looking at cutting co-curriculars across the board, athletic transportation, freshman sports, elementary band, and the list goes on. All of it, all of it. Listen, these are widespread staff reductions that in order to make up that $10 million, that is the reality. So like I said, we have not gotten to the point where we're talking about staffing. Right now, we are certainly trying to maintain as many staff members as possible, and we staff to student needs. So what our plan would be to look at those populations when combined and staff based on those needs. So we would be we're not at that point. Our rehire meeting is in May, and right now, this is a proposal. We know, we have an idea of where we're gonna realize savings, but we have not dialed into who those people are because a lot of things come into play. Certification, tenure status, position.
Staff reduction for Plan B, which you are not proposing, and you will not tell us the staff reduction for Plan A, which you are proposing.
The staff reduction for Plan A is we're trying to avoid reducing staff. Not zero necessarily. Every plan will include some reduction of staff, but not impactful to classroom. So if you want to impact the teacher-student ratio across the district, then we do nothing. We roll into this budget, but we still have the reality of a $10 million gap. And no one's individual salary is going to correct that.
I've heard you talk about money and how in other meetings and how you've discussed verbiage and how you can allocate funds based on that. Where is our funds being spent? Why don't we have any visuals into that? And how much were the legal fees in the last 5 years?
So, listen. Our budget is public information and is accessible to the public. Like that's like you can go and look on the budget and you can see what that budget is comprised of. And if you look at the itemized list that I shared with you of those increases, you can see what those drivers of increases are. Because we did things that were geographically logical based on where there was space in the middle school. Some people put a lot of time into thinking this through. I just want to let people know there is a public comment session and we will allow people to come to the mic, but this is not a Q&A right now.
$10 million as this magic number.
It is the number.
And we've seen, you showed us, 8 million is salary and benefit increases. You said
Correct.
that be renegotiated. We know everything can be renegotiated. You
Yeah.
just said under both plans, that there will be staff reductions.
Yeah.
It seems like a very obvious starting place.
Correct.
Would be no staff reduction, we'll renegotiate and no salary and benefit increases, $8 million, now we have to find two.
We can't control benefits increases. So that item is negotiated by the Board of Ed. So let's look at the advantages. There are distinct advantages to moving in the direction of a consolidation attached to a larger plan. First of all, I will say that at our strategic planning sessions, the number one identified concern was infrastructure, age of buildings, and also inefficiency and inequitable services. So those are parents, just like yourselves, that have come together to brainstorm and analyze what exists in our district. So these are the themes that came through the analysis of the information that the small groups in strategic planning developed. So we can begin to move towards greater operational efficiency by reducing our overall operating expenses, creating a geographically logical and streamlined sending zones in the district, and avoid costly facilities upgrades to 2 of our buildings, and maximize the capacity of larger, newer buildings in the district. You know, we will begin much needed facilities upgrades to all buildings to support education, increase equity and resources and services for each of the sending zones, because right now we are inequitable in those services, gain property to potentially be used as an asset. And what we can do immediately for the students at the potential Bayshore Elementary School is keep class sizes between 21 to 23 with the intention, but not all buildings do have that. So, but being more efficient, we can lower class sizes and try to do that across the district in the future.
Staff reduction.
It also affords us the opportunity to create an alternative learning environment for some of our behaviorally challenged students. It is extremely costly to send students outside of district. Tuition costs are one of the drivers of our budget, and our belief is that our children should be educated here, but we certainly need certain service levels in order to be able to do that appropriately. So this gives us a little bit of an opportunity to address some of those concerns and challenges that we've been facing over the last several years. So our next steps tonight, certainly, as I had mentioned, is the board voting on. Jack, can you go back one slide? Yeah, I don't know why. Thank you. Tonight is simply the board voting on the actual numerical value. Our plan is to now have follow-up sessions with each of the communities where we will, you know, be having that Q&A session and also give people the opportunity to be inside those spaces so they can take a look around and just get a feel for what the building looks like. Again, there is no vote to close schools tonight. That would happen, if it were to happen, at our finalized budget meeting, which is at the end of April, because you have to vote specifically on school closure.
On that word.
Give us more information on Plan B.
But that's their opening night of their class.
Oh, so we can adjust it. We can definitely adjust it based on that. Absolutely. Absolutely. We were just trying to do these as quickly as possible before the spring break. So we can adjust that, that's easy, and republish it. But we also have a frequently asked questions document that we linked tonight. This is not an exhaustive list, it's a start for some of the more pressing questions that you might have as we start to, you know, work through this proposal. Things like transportation, class sizes, things that, you know, would be on the forefront of your mind as a parent. And certainly if you have anything that's not on there, either email the question, ask the question at one of the forums, because we want to continue the conversation of getting you as accurate information as we can. So tonight is really just about the financial aspects, and are, we're at a crossroads and, there aren't lots of options in the grand scheme.
By the staff reduction by
So,
school for Plan
we-
B. Want to see what it looks like when the entire district contributes to
We-
these cuts and not
We,
just us.
we are, absolutely, 100%. That's not something we're gonna get into tonight, but so the board and our finance committee does have access to that, and they are the elected officials that vote on that information. So I thank you all, and certainly I know that they're going to have public comment for some of you to come up and express your opinion, so thank you.
They can't hear you on the live stream without the mic. Someone texted me that they can't hear us without the mic.
Can't read anything either.
Really?
No. It's blurry.
Right? They said they can't, it sounds like it's muted. They just don't have a microphone.
We're now gonna call up Jake Dembowski from High School South to give in the South update. I'd like to congratulate Jake on his acceptance to West Point.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I would like to start off by congratulating Michael Puma, Ethan Castro, Colin Shadboard, Ben DeMarco, B. Warnerbach, Ella Crater, Gigi Mariano, Hayden Allenthal, and Alex Miller. 5 of their films were selected as finalists to be screened at this year's Count Basie Center Breakthrough Filmmaker Festival on March 22nd in Red Bank starting at 10 a.m. Congratulations to Patrick Dempsey. He is a national merit finalist. I would like to take this opportunity to thank President Capone, Principal Lawson, my guidance counselor, Mr. Giorgio, and all of my teachers for their support to help me obtain my exception into West Point.
We just want our kids to have the same chance.
Yeah.
The Middletown South Mock Trial Club competed in this year's Monmouth County Mock Trial Competition. They made it to the Final Four, losing a close trial in their final match. This experience was enriching for the students. It demonstrated the very best of what our students are capable of. The club members were excellent ambassadors of Middletown throughout the competition, exhibiting professionalism, respect, integrity, and impeccable preparation. Congratulations to Mid-South film students for taking home the following awards at the Brightside Film Festival on March 8th in Jersey City. Best Experimental Film, Gianna Gavrick for her film The Color Blue. Best Horror Thriller, Alex Miller and Hayden Allenthal for their film Delusion. Best Animation, Michael Puma and Ethan Castro for their film You're Gonna Win Some Money. Best Documentary, B. Warnerbach, Ella Crater, Gigi Mariano for their film Midnight Madness. And Best Edit, Anthony DeMarco, Chris Caddis, Elias Caddis, and Robert Dorsniski for their film Bitter Betrayal. 5 films from Middletown High School South will be screened at the Vogel Theater this Saturday, March 22nd, as part of the 2025 Basie Breakthrough Filmmaker Film Festival. The event will showcase the talents of both high school and college filmmakers from around the state, with workshops and a panel featuring Sony Picture Classic co-president Tom Bernard. The event is sponsored in part by Netflix, and it is open to the public as long as you register. 4 films from Middletown High School South will be screened at Asbury Lanes on Saturday, March 29th, as part of the 23rd Annual Garden State Film Festival. The event is open to the public, and tickets can be purchased on the Garden State Film Festival website. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Okay, and I need a motion to approve meeting minutes 9A through D.
So, second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Need a motion to approve 10 Board of Education A.
So moved. Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? I need a
Oh.
I need a motion to approve 11 business consent agenda A through F.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? I need a motion to approve 12B through J.
Yeah.
B through J.
So moved. Second. Oh.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm opposed on the founded and I'm a yes on the unfounded.
I'm opposed on the founded and yes on the unfounded.
Amy, I'm a yes on 180 and 355. A no on the rest. Okay, need a motion to approve 12A.
So moved. Second.
Discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to speak. So this, these are my people here. This is, this is. And I,
Too. Yeah, you're now saying.
Used to be.
Spell out.
Oh. Let's hope not.
I used to like the ball, but I don't like that.
okay.
Can we please let him speak, please?
This has been. This has been a really emotional topic because I understand all the families that are affected in this. My family would be affected in this. Joe's family would be affected in this. All of you would be affected in this. And I want to say this, this came out of the finance committee, okay? You all elected me, some of you did. I got a big number and I was excluded from the finance committee for political purposes. I want to make that perfectly clear. I was presented this after it came out of the finance committee. So I had nothing to contribute to this for political purposes. So what I was presented was a final project. So now, oh wait, I would like to finish because I put a lot of thought into this. I've lost sleep over this for the last month, and I'm not kidding about it.
Please let him finish. Everyone, we cannot yell out. Please let Mr. Saporowski finish.
I went to a giant elementary school. So I don't know.
This is deeply personal for everybody. It's deeply personal for me. Navis Inc. is a community. We're a family. I'm at pickup every day. I'm at drop off every day. Leonardo is the same thing, and I'm not undercutting that at all. It's the same thing. Bayshore, everybody is a family. Everybody's got their PTA, their community, their play groups, I get it. And I'm torn on this because I was completely excluded from the finance committee, which you guys elected me to be a part of. And I can't control that. That's controlled by the leadership of the board. And I'm sorry about that.
Elected board. Moving on. Let's not forget that. Elected.
Post River Plaza, that's the worst.
Yes,
city in the district.
there you go.
What, where are the ratings?
Listen, my business is in Navis Inc. I'm a part of Navis Inc. We walk to Navis Inc. school. I'm there with you guys. I also know that the alternative, and you have to look at the alternative to the plan because I've also seen the alternative.
We haven't.
And I think that should be presented. I think the alternative plan should be presented. Because the alternative plan, I mean, would present real challenges for our students.
Hey, is there anyone else who wants a discussion?
Yes.
I'll go next. First, I want to say, just like Mark, this affects me dearly. I have 2 kids that go to Navasink Elementary. I also have 1 that goes to Leonardo. As a board member and as a parent, this hurts me extremely. I've been on this board for 2 years. And this is the first time I'm hearing we're in any financial danger, to be honest. It's the first time.
And it's never came out of the finance meeting to us that we were ever in danger, ever. So that I want you guys all to know. I've heard only good things about the budget and how great we were doing, right? So I hear the same thing that you guys do. I want to say also that I don't understand how we're in this dire situation. You know, I know. I know S2 is an issue and they talk about the state funding. I understand that. I understand the bank cap as well, that we're not raising taxes as we should. But I really can't fathom that we're figuring this out now. And this wasn't, you know, figured out years ago. I feel like we could have made gradual, you know, changes, you know, to change the trajectory instead of doing stuff for stuff. So today I'll be voting no on this. I would like to start looking at our administration, our director. Everybody is complaining about this, and they've been complaining about this for years, right? That we are way top heavy, right? And as you guys see today, 50 to 60% of our, you know, of our budget is salary, right? So let's cut the fat first. Let's go.
I have a different perspective than a lot of people sitting up here.
You have children in here.
Yes, I have grandchildren in this school district.
Please let her speak.
To hear what I have to say. I have a different perspective than a lot of people sitting up here. I was born and raised here. I am a true community school believer. The way you closed Fort Monmouth broke my heart. I thought it was wrong. The building's still sitting there empty. I would like I met with Mr. Capone and Dr. Alphone about this, and they listened to my opinion, and I asked them to respect it, and I hope everyone else up here does, because I know recently my opinion doesn't matter to some people, and if you're watching up here, you could see. It's not fair. We have to.
Giving her respect and looking at her.
We have to come up with a budget because we need to operate. Our kids need to learn. This might not be the best budget. I am hoping that with these meetings, we can get some input from the parents. I am not happy, and I did express this, I am not happy about how this came down. And when I heard of all the running around that went today, and all the letters that went out, I want to know, I would have preferred it to have happened weeks ago, where. So I will vote for this budget because we need a budget, but what I'm hoping, you need to listen. This is a tentative budget. It has to go to the state. If we don't pass a budget, the state will take it over. You're not listening. We have from now until April to work on this plan, and it's a plan. We have from now till April to meet with you guys, hear your input, and hopefully be heard that this is not the way to keep Middletown together. And I'm sorry if you disagree, but I am a true Middletown person. I go to events for all your kids. Whether you think I have kids or not, I do have grandkids in the school and I do care. And guess what? I have a grandson in Leonardo. Maybe all of you don't know that. Okay, but I understand it might not be a difference for him to walk next door to go to school. I understand it might be a better opportunity than some people think, but I'm not convinced right now that that's the right thing. So please, you know, be patient with everybody's opinion, and I respect everyone up here's opinion whether they vote against what I say or not. I just want to hear the public's input, and I'm hoping that we could come up with a solution to keep our community together, because as I said to Mr. Capone and Dr. Alphone, I feel like the whole north side of town just got dissected.
Yeah.
And I usually say the other side of town,
Yeah.
because I am for no school closings. I love community schools, no matter where they are. I'm a Middletown person, not a north-south. I never believed in the north-south issues. I want us to be Middletown, and I want our kids to get a great education, and I truly do love our community schools.
Would anyone else like to make a comment?
So I just want to say, starting off, I am also an affected parent. My son is currently going to Bay Shore. And you want to talk about someone else on this board who was born and raised here? That's me, along with my brothers. We went through all the schools here, and not only that, so did my parents. Okay, my parents were part of the first graduating class out of High School North. They actually went to Leonardo when it was a high school, while this high school was being built. Okay, so I understand the feelings of everybody. Unfortunately, I was also on this board when we were faced with the same decision of having to close Port Monmouth. That was not a decision that I took lightly, nor am I taking this decision lightly tonight. But I will say that there are things that I think that are being said that aren't exactly true. The one thing I want to say is when people sit up here and say, we don't know how we got here.
Yeah.
I've been on this board for 6 years now. I know how we got here because past boards before I got on here and other boards have refused to tackle strategic planning in a real meaningful way.
Yeah.
For our district, it was never a question of if we were going to hit the fiscal cliff. It was always a question of when. And because we refused as a community and a district to deal with that and to try and figure out how, even at the time when we had 17 schools, to continue operating and thinking that we were never going to get to this point, right, was dangerous. If you remember, because I remember sitting on the board, in 2020, we tried to take on a strategic planning process when Dr. George was here. And we were going to go out and we were going to do 2 forums with the community. He got angry with me at that time because I pushed him to do more. And I think at the end, we wound up with 8. In December of 2020, when we hired a demographer to actually look at the studies, including the new projected developments that we now have in the town, it was even stated then that because people are having fewer and fewer children, our student enrollment totals were going to continue to decline despite the building. They were coming to us with projected plans, not the plans, but projected plans to go back to all of you and start a discussion about what that could look like. That was December of 2020. In January of 2021, leadership of the board changed and suddenly the strategic planning process was stopped and we never heard anything else about it.
Yeah.
So when we say we're not sure how we got here, we could have done a meaningful process several years ago that we may have all come to the same conclusion that unfortunately schools that we love. Okay, I went to Harmony. My husband, who I met my senior year here at North, went to Bayview. Our son is now following in his father's footsteps. Okay, we all love these schools. Maybe we could have actually come to that realization that unfortunately hard decisions had to be made and we could have had several years to plan for it. When I disagree with things on this board, it's usually coming down to process, that the process isn't there. Okay, but we can't sit here and say, we don't know how we got here. We know how we got here. And I will say, unfortunately.
Well, maybe you know how we got here.
So you've also been sitting on this board for
Okay.
2 years.
2 years. Yeah.
Last year, to your credit, we were able to close that budget, still cutting services, but putting Band-Aids everywhere with money that we can no longer roll over into future budgets. You were here for that too.
we were never at a point where anybody said to us that we were falling off. I hear over and over coming out of that finance meeting that we've gotten grants and we've gotten all these things and we're doing great. Always.
The alternative, though, and this is where I think it really does need to be stated several times. If we don't come up with some kind of tentative budget tonight, we then say to the county superintendent tomorrow, we don't have a budget to give you. And that does mean the state does come in and start to look at things. You may disagree with what the proposed budget is and the plans now, right? But at least some thought is going into how to actually make this work for everybody. The state's not going to work.
Why did you only tell us today?
Then the other,
Please
the
let her
other,
finish.
the
Please
other
let her finish.
alternative- the other alternative is to then look at massive layoffs. And you talk about going back to the unions now and renegotiating contracts. It's not that easy to do. Coming from labor for 24 years, it is not that easy to do. Those were negotiated salaries and benefits for them. If we reopen up those contracts, not saying that we can or that we should, let me finish. You then run the risk of actually losing talent, even more talented staff who will flee from the district. So, but that's the other alternative.
Please let her finish.
That's the other alternative then, is to have massive layoffs, right, throughout the district, which doesn't help anything.
What does that look like for 5 school bases? Why are we the only ones sacrificing our entire school?
Does anybody else?
You can look at what's happening with the other districts that have gone to the state and throw up their hands. It's a problem.
Show us option B.
Mr. Toth, go ahead.
Toth, you've been recognized.
Thank you. I have a question mainly. I know, Dr. Alfoni, I know you mentioned what the alternatives could be for us. I know you said you had a slide for you. I believe you, I know you did. I also know a lot of. I know you're familiar with all this, and I don't know that it was a focus of the conversation without the slide. Could you elaborate more on what the alternative looks like?
Yeah, the alternative, and it would look like a cutting of 120 staff members, which is inclusive of a minimum of 18 elementary classroom teachers, 20 secondary classroom teachers, supplemental service, including interventionists, guidance counselors.
Once again, what on a
Guys, please, let her talk.
So I'm trying to share it. Administrative cuts across all areas. We're talking high impact, so anything that's not legally required as a supplemental service would be reduced, if not eliminated fully. We would also be putting a pause on some of our larger initiatives, particularly like our elementary initiative for our morphology, which is the 3rd through 5th grade Morton Gillingham, which we have had known this year to pay off significantly in early childhood education and certainly recoup some of the learning loss that we've had over time. We're also trying to investigate a new math program to do something similar because we are recognizing that, you know, we have to do some things differently and our math program is up for a reevaluation. It's not that we have, but this all in combination are things that would be extracted from the budget, but as many people have echoed, you know, a large driver of our budget are salaries across the board. That's everybody's salary. And please know that no area is going untouched in this. But to me, the bigger picture for all of our students is I don't want any of our kids sitting in a classroom with 28, 30 kids.
But 20, 30 is fine.
But 20,
the best case scenario, 21 to 23.
but our elementary class sizes are not 28 right now.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. But with kids in the classroom, day to day, we cap our enrollments at 25. That's actually in practice within the district.
We're talking 3 kids versus the quality education at a community. We don't care. Show us a plan where all of Middletown sacrifices and not just us. Yeah.
Dr. Alfoni, I think you've been recognized. Everyone else is out of order. That's just speaking out of turn.
Hope you have anything else to say? Okay. Did anyone else have?
Just, Dr. Alphone, you're in the middle of the details of the alternative. What's the effect on like extracurricular things?
So we would have a decrease, we would have an elimination of elementary co-curriculars across the board. So no elementary in any elementary school would have any of those stipend after school activity positions. We would be looking at a reduction of co-curriculars at the middle and the high school level, probably halving what we put out as an offering, as well as a reduction in athletic transportation, freshman sports, and an elimination of elementary band.
That's not an issue. That's an issue.
But as I said, this would be widespread impact to all levels.
Transportation in general, you mean, not just ours. Now we're busing.
Okay, anybody other comments or questions? Does anybody else have anything to add? Jackie, Katerina?
Start a lot.
I'm gonna share this with Shannon, because it's just.
We're gonna post something right now. It's the other option, I believe that.
It just has a nice.
Frank? Frank, you
Yes.
asked if we have anything to add. Before you-
Anything to say, yes.
I'd like to make a motion. Yeah.
Can't hear you.
Well, the mic's not working, I don't know. Can we make a motion? I want to make a motion. Let them talk before we take the vote.
Yeah.
Not after we.
Now let's move on to I'm sorry.
Leonora, I'm gonna open it up for 30 minutes if you're okay with that. Okay. Okay,
Or you want to slide?
10 people, 3 minutes. But Leonora, the motion you wanted was to allow the public comment ahead of the vote. Right.
You got it. Come back.
Fine, everybody, it's 3 minutes, and please state your name and address for the record.
And it's
Good.
30 minutes total, just so everyone's clear, I'm sorry. It's
Hello,
30 minutes
Hilton.
total, and then there will be another chance for everyone to.
My name is Ella Hilton. I'm in 7th grade at Bayshore Middle School. I'm here to talk about how you want to make my middle school into an elementary school. I don't want my school to transfer to elementary school because of the great opportunities and memories I've made the past 2 years in Bayshore. I hope to continue to make these memories. 2 weeks ago, I got an email saying you've been nominated by a teacher to be a peer leader in Bayshore. If you shut down Bayshore from being a middle school, I will not get this opportunity to be a leader for Bayshore. Bayshore makes me feel safe and at home. The teachers do amazing things for us. They make sure we're safe, understanding the work that we're doing, and offer help when we need it. These teachers push us to our limits for us to succeed in the future. If you take away this from us and bring us to a different school, this will affect our friendships and learning. I have an IEP and I need help in some of my classes. I get best help in small groups. If you shut down Bayshore from being a middle school and bring us into Thompson and Thorne, this will affect my small group learning and will make it bigger, which will not help me in the future. This will affect the Bayshore kids, but also the Thorne and Thompson kids from learning too. I love my teachers and what they do. Mr. Curtis at Bayshore is the best you can get for a principal. He will make me feel safe with one family in school, which is what I love about Bayshore. Now you're threatening to take away my school family and Bayshore community. Please don't take Bayshore away. Next year, I'll be in 8th grade and the school will be looking up to us for what to do in the Bayshore community. I hope to grow within the Bayshore community and with the best of the best teacher and principal you can get. All I'm trying to say is don't take my school away. Everything she said. I also am a 7th grader. My name is Lauren Casale.
I just said my name is Lauren Casale, and I have a daughter in 7th grade. And I feel that it took 2 years for her to get what she needs out of the school. And as much as she may not love everything that's going on personally in the school, I feel taking her and moving her with 300 other students into a school that already has enough children as an 8th grader is just going to make everybody feel unwelcome when they get there. We're going to end up in a school where the kids that are already there and the teachers that are already there are going to have this influx of all of us that they're not going to want us there. They're not going to open up their arms and be like, we're so excited to get 300 additional students. Our children are going to feel lost. Whether or not our children might be excited, oh, I have friends in the other school, maybe it won't be so bad. They don't understand. My daughter was excited, oh, maybe I can go to this school, maybe I can go to that school. She doesn't grasp the magnitude of what's going to happen when they end up in a school that is overcrowded, without a seat to sit in, with teachers that don't know them. They're just going to be a number. It took time to get to learn the guidance counselors. They got time to know the teachers. They got time for those people to say, you know, I know Phoebe. I know what she needs. I know what this one needs. I know what that one needs. They're going to go there and they're going to be lost. They're going to be the only children that aren't going to have any attention from anybody. Unless you're telling us that all the teachers are going to be moving to the school with them and that there are actual classrooms set aside for these students to stay together, I just don't see how this is going to work. This is just not okay. I feel terrible for all the children in the elementary schools. I was fortunate enough to have my daughter at Fairview, a small community. It was very nice. We all loved it. It was a big family. And I feel sorry for those kids. It's not just about my child. My child would have 1 year of enduring not such a great experience, but what about all the younger kids that are literally in 5th grade? What about the kids that are in elementary? Experience to walk into Bayshore, this big huge school that we were all terrified 2 years ago to walk into. And you know what? After 2 years, our kids are surviving there. Okay, they are making it happen. Whether they're happy or not, they are at the tail end. And to just rip that away from them is not okay. It's not okay. You guys have to do better. This is, we pay taxes. We all live here on purpose because of the school district.
Yes,
I know. Ocean. Nothing wrong with the town, but I needed to move. I needed a house. And I picked the town. I picked to move here. And I just feel like now we're living in a place that just like is completely, I could have lived anywhere. To my kids, 50 kids. Yes, actually taxes, I'm gonna have the smallest house on my block because I want to be a part of this district. And you know what? I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed for the children. Forget me. I have a son who's older. He's already done. He's in college. Like, I get it. But you know what? The kids that are younger, like they didn't even get here yet. And they're gonna go to Bayshore as their first school for elementary combined. It's not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay.
Kristen Rooney. I'm part of Navesink Elementary School. I have a 10-year-old and I have a 16-year-old. I need to be all business because I can't get emotionally into this right now, but I've been here in the district for a while. My older one started at Navesink and we were just so happy that, you know, in a town like Middletown, we could end up in this amazing, magical place. But I noticed over the past years, just some things that I started getting uncomfortable with and some red flags that started being raised for me. And I can tell you that they've all been on display up here at this meeting. So my number one thing is the lack of transparency is growing. I am a person who, no matter what I do, I like to be involved, and I've been involved from every step of the way. I like to attend whatever meeting there is. I think one of the greatest things we used to do was have PIC meetings where a constituency of parents from every school would attend a meeting where I feel like this budget would have been presented to us and input would have been, you know, there would have been healthy conversations like we used to have. And now we don't have that anymore. So there's a lot of pushing down of information and there's not a lot of when will the Q&A happen? There is no Q&A. Because when we get a newsletter, that's kind of done and we had no say. So I would ask for you to all think about transparency because I'm not the only one who thinks this way. People talk to me. My second thing is that there's a major lack of communication going on here. Major. You all sat here and it's obvious to me that it seems the Navesink constituency on your board had no idea what you guys were doing. So you are lacking in communication amongst your board, and to come here in a professional meeting like this, where you're gonna vote on a budget for a school district as large as Middletown, and these people didn't know about it, and it seemed to me that you scrambled when we all found out about that this was happening today, so we could all get an email at 4 o'clock and read that our kids were going here, 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 here. And then we're gonna come here and you're gonna present plan A and maybe plan B. And so there's a lack of communication with us. And if you're not communicating with each other, then nothing else is gonna work. That's number one in any relationship. So I think you all might need a little bit of a like team building experience. Because I get that you're not all, you all don't agree. You all are not supposed to agree. You all are not from the same political background. We shouldn't know that. You should all be here for the well-being of our students. Number one, that's it. So when you said, let's go away and let's talk about this, I think you owe that to us. Because we love this town. I love these schools. I am proud to be here. I was always proud that my kids were here. And I can tell you that the last couple of years, I've started to get this like eerie feeling and I don't like it because I want to love this. And I want everybody to just want the same thing. And I think you're saying you do, but I don't hear it. So I would ask for the transparency and the communication, please. And I would also say that I know.
You conclude your remarks, your 3 minutes.
Yeah, sorry. I would just also say that I know you cut off strategic planning, but you started it up again. And that this should be happening there, and it didn't, because the people who were in those meetings, it didn't. And my one last thing is, I would really ask that you don't reimagine our town for us, because we have our own imagination, and then that's not it. Thank you.
Sam, just 1 second. Just so that you know, the Navesink gentlemen, Frank and Joe, I'm sorry, Mark and Joe, they were here for that meeting. They were here for that meeting.
My comments are-
No, it's okay, but I'm just letting you know that Mark and Joe was here the day, the meeting that, they told us.
Finalized plan was presented at?
No,
That's the meeting that we found out.
no, not that meeting.
Pardon me, but we have
Not
30
that
minutes.
meeting.
Everybody.
Show my points. What you're doing right now is completely the problem. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You don't need to argue with him. You don't. You just don't. Okay, but I kind of got called back up here. I did, though.
There's a line, I don't know who does that.
Mr. Buell to stop texting while parents are speaking. Just for the record, my 16-year-old son was texting me asking when I was gonna be home.
Your name and address. Okay.
This is important for the record, sir. I have not rolled my eyes.
Everybody, and you have the microphone.
For the record, I have not rolled my eyes at all. The time when Ms. Katarina began to speak to ensure that the public got.
And it's your microphone.
I live at 170 Grand Avenue. My children go to Navasink Elementary School. I have a kindergartner, a preschooler, and this child. What I do not want is them to go through what I went through, not in this town, in another town, where we had redistricting from the time I was in kindergarten until after I left high school. And that's exactly what this lack of a plan does. I'm going to go to my remarks now. I was on the strategic planning committee. Communication was addressed a lot. Never once was it mentioned at the strategic plan that part of the plan might be to close schools. Yes, we talked about facilities. We also talked about the love for our community schools. And what was pointed out was how Middletown is unique in that we have community schools for our elementary and the benefit of a large high school and large district to get the services and things we need for our children. Secondly, staff was notified last night and at a meeting at 5 p.m. today. So there's no way to negotiate anything when you're not transparent with the people that work for you and for us in this community. Have you tapped into their expertise to see what might be able to be done to be helpful? Because I'm telling you right now, look around. There's an awful lot of people that are good problem solvers and are here for our kids and would be willing to help you. Third, how do you logistically expect to move 2 elementary schools and 3 middle schools in 2 months? How are you going to have my kindergartner and a science lab for middle schoolers? I work in a middle school. Are you hiring more nurses? Are you hiring more lawyers for the lawsuits when they fall off those chairs? Next, this is a phased plan. As a teacher, a lot of things look really good on paper, but when you add people and logistics, it does not work. I have seen nothing but a broad plan to show that this works. Tonight is a proposal. We would have been absolutely respectful in and out if you were transparent with us. Speaking of communication, why were so many different letters sent out to different schools and different communities? It is a necessary step, and you need us on board to help you get this done. In just a few months, this community here is people that have done an exponential amount for my family and I look forward to keep working with them through all of this. I did want to point out, when we looked at Toms River and Jackson's headlines, Toms River, when I was in high school, had a superintendent that stole from them. Yes. That's why they still don't have a budget that they can follow. Jackson is having the same issues that Lakewood had, where they have a lawyer that is robbing them blind and closing schools. Don't compare Middletown to Jackson and Toms River, when those are not our issues. Those are valid issues, but they are not ours.
Or are they?
Which brings us to state aid from 2010. That was under Chris Christie. Have you as a board advocated to our state senator, Declan O'Scanlan, and the assembly members to get back that funding? Mr. Padula, I hear that you're pretty connected with him. And you press, as the president of VPR, why don't you get them on board to get us some money from the state? Why don't you get them on board to work for our community? Are you too busy worried about Phil Murphy? He's on his way out. We're not dealing with him anymore. This is where we are. This is what we need. We need our local senators and our local to help us.
are we going to do, Bringer? It's across Leonardville Road.
Yeah.
What is the other staff we're gonna hire to get them outside safely for gym class? This is absurd. If you were this transparent with each other and with us, instead of spending this time trying to fight each other and us, this would not be an issue.
Mike Moreno, proud parents of a Navasink student, Navasink, sorry, still good. This is my first one of these meetings, and I gotta say, I'm very unimpressed. Mark, Jeff, you guys were heartfelt, and thank you for your comments. Most of you were pretty silent, that's embarrassing. Bruce, I would strongly suggest you sit in on a Navasink's class and learn some empathy. The kids really help you out. Earlier about the pretty obvious ways to reduce our costs. I would like to know what you've actually done. Have you even tried to have those conversations? Have you tried to talk to the state as well to make up for some of the revenue? I mean, to me, this seems like there are easy short-term fixes rather than a drastic step that we're doing right now. But to echo what everyone said, this came out of nowhere. Jeff even mentioned how he...
Joe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Joe, sorry. How it came out of nowhere. If this was a real problem, I think everyone would understand that we have to have fixes. And we should have known this for a long time and been working for it. But ultimately, this comes down to you guys, your transparency, your lack of leadership, your lack of strategic planning, and your lack of ability to communicate to us that changes need to occur and they should occur over time. We just heard a terrible story about an opportunity that this girl might not be able to have next year. But if we were planning properly, we could be able to adjust these expectations. So ultimately what I'm trying to get to is, I think we can fix this without these drastic fixes, but it seems very evident to me that you guys are not doing your job. And so I would like this community to really consider all the options that we have to us, whether there's recall committees to trigger certain petition numbers, to have a special election. This board needs to be shaken up. You guys are not doing your job. It's the most obvious thing that
Gary Brosna. I'm a parent of a student at Navasink School. Thanks for letting me speak. Everyone here, I'm sorry if I'm not as well spoken.
Could you just step close to the mic?
I'm sorry if I'm not as well spoken, as well prepared as I'd like to be. Like all of you, I was blindsided by this plan. It was clearly discussed behind closed doors with no transparency and no community involvement. I'm not going to try to represent everyone here, but I think it's fair to say that none of us feel our students are going to be best off. Everyone raise your hand if you think your student is going to be worse off. Every one of these hands represents a family and maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 kids. You owe all of them to come up with a better plan, and you owe us to have community involvement in that plan. We expect transparency on all the alternatives. We expect input in that. You guys are failing these communities. It's not just about kids. People moved here to create communities, create friends, right? You are changing communities and coming up with solutions that are worse off for our kids. That's all I have to say. Like I said, I didn't have the time to prepare like you all did behind closed doors. You owe it to all of us. You owe it to our kids.
Emery Squinos from Shoreland Terrace in Middletown. I have a student at Thorne. I have one at North, but I have a little girl at Thorne. And again, I'm just gonna clarify some things or that I felt like saying. Again, it's the way that this happened. I think that if this had happened differently, or was announced to us differently, you would have a different outcome here tonight. I feel like most things, it was not presented properly. And blindsided, getting an email at 5 o'clock at night is just not acceptable. It wouldn't be okay for anybody to do that. It's just not how it's done, or shouldn't be how it's done. And just because schools aren't at capacity, doesn't mean they should be at capacity.
Right.
It doesn't mean that programs should be at capacity. We have kids who are slipping through the cracks now, who are underserviced, where the teachers are overwhelmed with class sizes and being able to service the kids that are in the classrooms. By adding more kids or more students, even if you're not adding more kids to each class, you're adding more students to 2 schools. And again, I'm talking about middle school. I agree with the elementaries too, but I'm just talking for the middle school. By adding more kids to the middle school, these kids are not, they're 10, 11, and 12 years old. They can't be in a school of 1,000 children. They're not high schoolers. They don't have the mental capacity to be around 1,000 students all day long for 6 hours. It's just not a smart combination. It's just not. It's not good for the well-being. And I might have been outside when you spoke about the special needs population, but there's a huge special needs population at Bayshore. Where are they going? Are they going to be mixed into the population at Thorn? Where are they going? There's a huge population over there that they have services and facilities there that I know are not available at Thorn. That are not, the equipment is not there, the room is not there for them at Thorn. And unless you're doing major remodeling and moving things around, I feel like it's not going to be successful for those students either. So I'm just asking, again, I agree, we do not want the state to take over our schools. Let me just put that out there. This has to pass tonight because we do not want the state to take over our schools. That is the last thing that you want, is to have Murphy or anybody from the state to look at anything in the school. So please, this does have to pass tonight, but this does not have to be the long-term solution. This needs to be rethought about and resolved and thought about and come up with if you have 1 and 2 options that I'm hearing tonight, again, I was outside for some of it, there needs to be a 3rd option. This cannot be the only option. Thank you.
I, on the other hand, I'm not happy. I'm very pissed off. This morning, I posted this all over Facebook. This is probably why I have a feeling that you did not want anybody to know this was going to happen. So your letter about transparency is bullshit. There's no transparency. You are not listening. I just had a mom back there, her daughter's in special needs and goes to Thorn. They have gym class in the hallway. Because there's no room. So let's pack those schools with more kids. That's a smart idea. But let's cut staff. We don't have enough staff either. It is a joke. You know where you need to look for money? Administration. You're planning. Did you? I was locked outside, which is another thing. You had all day. Yes. All day. You could have used these other rooms, used a gym, used a different facility to get all these people in this building. They deserve to be in here. Yes. I'll tell you right now, there's 3 seats up in November. You better think about what you're doing. Yeah, that's right. There was other stuff I wanted to say, but now I'm too mad.
Hi, everyone. Amanda Roberts from Middletown. So I'm currently representing the 200 plus people that were outside lined literally down the sidewalk at the doors shutting their face. So I was tapped in, thankfully, and able to come in. So I actually do not have a child in district. I homeschool my child and try to avoid a lot of situations like this, but it gets to a point where even for myself as a homeschool mom who has lived in town K-12, went to Middletown North, went all through Middletown for school, where it's just wrong. Like when something is just so wrong that I'm here to talk to you guys, like like, you did something, right? So, earlier this afternoon, I watched SpaceX safely rescue 9 astronauts from space station and successfully landed back on Earth. So I have a lot of confidence that you guys can figure out another option for this budget. Okay? So I want to speak tonight specifically to the board members and just remind you that each one of you has been elected into your seats because we put you there. You are elected, right? And I think that's really powerful, and everyone really needs to remember that because these people are sitting in their seats because we put them there. Like, that's a powerful thing, right? So if they need to do right by the families of Middletown, that's necessary. You have to. So the taxpayers, the parents, the kids, the families of Middletown, they all deserve better than this. They deserve better than a few hours' notice because of leaked information about a tentative budget meeting or vote tonight that may cause multiple schools to close and displace thousands of students and families. I mean, it's just slimy, it's not transparent, and it's not okay. And that's why I'm here tonight as a homeschool mom, okay? It may be shocking news that the Middletown Board of Education is not a monarchy. You are not a queen, you are not a king, and you cannot rule over the people of Middletown and just do whatever you want because that's what you said. That's not how this works, right? So, I think that it is really important as elected people to be an extension of the people who have elected you, right? That's why you're there. So you need to be our voice, essentially, right? You see how this works? Is everybody jiving? Okay, so maybe this is a lesson to the Middletown residents to really think about who you are voting for in the coming elections. Pay attention to who's been fiscally irresponsible for 5 years. Okay? Not naming names, but people have been a little fiscally irresponsible if we're at this point, right? So, it's just a reminder, November, there's a big election. November, a lot of seats are up, as she said, so we elect these people. You sit here in front of us because we put you there. So listen to every parent, every person in this room. You sit in your seats because we put you there. Not because you're king, queen, nothing like that, okay? And that's something that really needs to be pointed out specifically to this board that needs a complete overhaul. Thank you.
Catherine Etter, I live in Navissing, and my kids are set to go to Navissing School starting next year. I am here tonight because I want to focus a little bit less on, believe me, I'm sentimental, I love Navissing. We bought the house despite the ridiculous price so that we could go to this amazing school that people have been talking about forever and ever, and I'm really pissed about it, and I have a lot of feelings. But tonight, I want to talk about brass tacks, okay? You showed us a budget that was incomplete. This board has been involved in a number of very high-profile lawsuits over the course of the last 5 years. Number one, for authoring and enacting anti-trans legislation that did not comport with the state guidelines and law. So we had to go pay people like Bruce Padula a lot of money to defend us through a number of lawsuits. Another one was about bullying lawsuit. And we lost. And we lost them all, by the way. So I don't know what his hourly rate is, but maybe you need to up it a little bit. Look,
get a new lawyer.
He's not an elected official. He's not an elected official. He was donating money to Katerina while he had the contract for this entire board. And then they unanimously voted to keep him in his seat, despite the fact that they looked at no other options. The reason? They just didn't have time to get another lawyer up to speed. So when we sit here and we say things like, I can't conceive of how we're in this giant hole of debt, I can't quite either, but I have some guesses. And what we'd like to request is an independent audit of this board. There is simply no reason that we should be in this position. And I'll be frank, I didn't vote for any of you. I actually voted for Deborah, so hey. I will say that your relegation of the Navissing, the people who were elected to represent Navissing, to be excluded from your finance meetings is not only unethical, it's pretty concerning. Why can't they look at the same numbers that you're all talking about? Now, the second piece, talking about brass tacks, is that Jessica Alphone spent a lot of time talking about how many cuts there might be in a worst case scenario when we don't combine these schools. I have yet to hear her asking multiple times, How many staff will be cut with your current proposal? Don't act like that is a pro of a plan B that we never got to see, but you don't tell us.
Approximately 40.
Approximately 40.
So save our schools and spare 80 more jobs.
So I'd like to echo what the person before me said, in that these people were elected, not by me. I didn't vote for any of them. That said, think about who you're voting for. Some of them have been sitting in these seats for year after year after year. So they were at the helm of the strategic planning and the budgeting that got us here, okay? Think about it. Thank you.
This would be the last person in the 30 minutes would be up.
You talked for 75 minutes and you're giving us only 30? Are you kidding me?
That's not true. If you read.
That's not true. I can tell time.
30 people. It has not been 30.
It was 30 minutes for the discussion before the board voted. It was 30 minutes for discussion before the board voted.
Who do you think you are?
No one wants to talk to you.
There is a further public comment after the board vote.
I'd like to make a motion to extend public comment.
I'll second it. I'm just telling you what the original motion is. If you want to continue it, you can.
But we have to vote before midnight. They have to understand, we must vote before midnight. We are under constraint. That's it. Give us 3 minutes.
Motion on the table, roll call vote.
We're wasting time. Need people to talk.
Go ahead, ma'am. We're extending the time.
My name is Kyle Darnell, and I am a PTA board member at Leonardo Grade School. This is not where I wanted to be tonight. I don't talk, I can't claim to talk for all of Leonardo Grade School parents, but I can talk for myself and for the few parents around me that I have gotten notes from. First thing I'd like to discuss is the strategic planning committee that Dr. Alphone put together. I believe that there are 2 parents from my school who are on that committee with you. And at no time do I believe you discussed with them rezoning or canceling or closing our school. And you said this was a community thing that you did. It's come to our attention today through social media, through rumors, that this was happening. You personally had a conversation with a woman at our school today and said, I'm just going over the budget tonight, not a big deal.
Our PTA president. PTA president.
Okay, I paraphrase that.
And it's a very misquoted.
Okay, I paraphrase that. But
My intention of discussing that with her was to give her the respect in that there was a rumor circulating, just so everybody is aware.
Not a rumor.
There, tonight was about giving you the information. And the intention is to use the next 6 weeks to, listen, if anybody has, you're voting on a budget number.
Yes.
You're not voting on
I saw your email.
Exist regardless. You're not voting on a plan to close schools.
No, you're voting on a budget.
There are going to be community sessions where you will have the listen, if someone has a better idea. Someone just got up here and said, there are lots
of smart people here that would be more than willing to help us.
3 hours in any time frame, a huge scale project. There is no enterprise in the world that would give a large scale project like this a 5-week timeline.
And the microphone is yours, so you
Try
need
to
to.
back us into a corner.
We don't know our state aid.
May I finish?
Yes.
I believe that Leonardo gets at least a little shot. So you say that this is here so that you can let us know. Well, we only all knew once it got leaked out and we got these emails. Our teachers, the women and men in our school that we value, did not find out about this technically until 4:30 today. Do you think that that's fair to them? They deserve an apology. This is their livelihood, this is their job. PTA secretary for Leonardo. How is this stuff not presented to the people? We are here to represent our schools. We cannot represent our schools if we do not have the information that is supposedly out there. I appreciate that you say that, this was a, spur of the moment or something, but not spur of the moment, but, we've been coming to this. Mark said it's been out there for a month. How did we not know about this? We have all had things planned for after school, for the end of school. We have things planned for the end of school. We have things planned for next year. How are we supposed to finish this out without any of this information or going forward? We have spent money into next school year as a PTA. And now you're doing this and bringing this on this? If we had known this, maybe we have tabled some of those ideas, brought us into the conversation. It's about, as everybody else said, about being transparent and working as a community. You tout us as a community, this is not working as a community. We deserve to know what's going on. We deserve to know how our money is being spent. We deserve an audit, like the woman before me said, so we can understand what is happening. I don't know a better word to say, like, it's just not fair and it's not right.
Kristen Bolton, 238 Monmouth Avenue. I just have a few questions. Are you asking us to accept these closures as inevitable, or are you actually open to finding ways to preserve these vital community schools? As you can see, we have a very engaged and willing collaborative community that would be willing to sit with you, but we've never been asked to. Questions that I will email you after the fact. What specific data is driving the consideration of school closures or mergers, and how recent is it? Can we see this data, not just slides, but actually the data that is making up these decisions? How will the board ensure equity so closures don't disappropriately affect certain student groups? What funding options, such as grant or state aid, are being pursued to avoid closures due to budget shortfalls? How are parents, teachers, and students being included in decision-making before any final plans are made? I saw a slide. That's one step. There should be more. What impact studies have been done on how closures or mergers might affect student performance, transportation, and family logistics? How will board measure success if closures or mergers happen? And will they plan if they don't deliver on these expected savings or benefits? Navasink, I can only speak to because that's where my daughters go to, has the highest elementary test scores in the district. How will the board ensure its proven model isn't disrupted by these closures and mergers? Rutgers University partnered with the DOE to improve K-12 learning outcomes. Navasink was asked to participate. While most schools experienced a decline in proficiency rates, Navasink experienced a 15% increase. Can the district use these strategies to improve schools instead of consolidating? How will the board weigh academic excellence against raw enrollment numbers and any closure decisions? How do you justify prioritizing size over quality of education? As a parent, I am worried about my kids' stability. Can we get a commitment from the board to involve not only Navasink, but all the schools represented families in an early planning process? This is very late in the planning process. In closing, I have the Rutgers study here. Navasink, was included, and it was a success, and it was studied for a reason. Why are we risk losing this?
Yeah.
Laura App, 16 Wayne Boulevard. I just wanted to give the perspective from a non-Navasink Leonardo parent. I have child in Nussbaum, a child in Thompson, and to say that I'm disappointed doesn't even touch it. The lack of transparency for the communication of this to the district, this is affecting every child in this district. Almost 10,000 students. All over town, not just Navasink and Leonardo and Bayshore, are disappointed and upset. And I want to make that clear that this is not just a North Side issue. This is a Middletown issue. And I'm sorry, but I find it very, odd that at 10:36 this morning, I sent an email to you, Mrs. Alfo, basically saying there's all these rumors going around. Like, can you provide some clarity? Because there's rumors flying. Schools are closing. This is happening. You responded to me. I responded back at 11:01. And then at 11:30, an email went out to the entire district. There was no intent by any of you to want us to know what was going on tonight. I don't believe it for 1 second. This has been an ongoing, and I'm sorry, you knew there were going to be hundreds of parents here tonight. There should have been made arrangements to have this meeting where everyone could have been left. Optics means a lie, and this is not right. My children are not being affected in the way that everyone else's here are, but I am so disappointed. You guys did not want this out, and that is completely unacceptable. I've been behind this board for 6 years, and to tell you that how disappointed I am at what has been going on, it is extremely, extremely disappointing. We need to do better for our kids. The transparency, you didn't want us to know, guys. You didn't want us to know.
My name is Heather Coburn. So first of all, I'm a hot mess. Okay, forgive it, I'm sorry. I didn't have time to digest this information. It was disseminated to us at 5 o'clock at night, and I truly believe that only happened because we were talking about it on Facebook. And you tried to come out ahead of it with those repeated emails. The emails clearly say, this is a decision that was hard to come by. Decision. You stated in your email, it's a decision. You should be ashamed. And it's a slap in the face to all of us, okay? First of all, the kids are more than money, okay? They're not just $13,000. I'm representing the Bayshore kids. If they're throwaways in this, the 6th and 7th graders, who cares what happens to them? Have you started middle school? It's hell. Now they're starting it twice, and no one cares.
And they're COVID kids.
That's right.
And they're COVID kids.
Yeah, right. No one's thinking about them, okay? All right. Okay, I understand. Some changes might need to happen. I understand budgets. I understand it. But it needs to be done in a different order. Phases. Phase 1, add on to Thorne and Thompson. Make them larger. Make them accommodating. Don't take away from Bayshore. In your email, you said, it's such a great facility. It's so huge. These elementary schools will enjoy it so much. You know who does enjoy it? The 6th and 7th graders. And set out on trailers at Thompson, which I heard is a plan. No one's talked about that. So build the bigger structures. Don't rip these kids out of the school and throw them into another like there's no repercussions. The mental health What you're causing here, this damage is irreversible. It will go on for life. You don't have a social, group in middle school, what happens? We know suicide is a thing. We know bullying is a thing. We know that these fights happen in these schools. Now you're ripping these schools out of a middle school they know, throwing them in another one. No regard for them. Okay? So this budget is on the table. You're saying, hey, we have to vote it in or the state takes over. It's a threat. You gave us no time to get this information. No time to put this community out. It's bullshit. It is. It's not acceptable. Like these kids are just numbers. Like, this is a corporation. These are people. You're messing with their lives here. I don't know if you understand that. Okay, I'm gonna tag out and maybe someone else can come in, because the other thing is, you chose to hold this meeting in here. You knew what the response would be. The board has done this before, when they couldn't move the meeting in there, but they chose not to because they wanted to keep it closed. You wanted to control the atmosphere.
Yeah, because they're cowards.
It's not fair. So I'm gonna walk out, let someone else come in. But all of you, when you go to sleep tonight, think about, I've been crying because my daughter had a panic attack when I told her, what is it gonna be like when she goes to walk into that school? Right. Do any of you care? I don't think you do. I don't think you give zero thoughts about that. Right. All these middle schoolers, they're just thrown away. The 6th and 7th graders, scared. They're just thrown away.
Elementary. As everyone else in this room has expressed, I am completely horrified by the lack of transparency by everyone up on that table. But more importantly, I am horrified by your lack of responsibility. To spring this on us with 1 month for the board to vote is completely disgusting. You have not taken any responsibility in your own misappropriation of the funds. And what funds? I hope, in looking back at how this board has handled things in the past, in 2021, for some of you who may not know, members of this board, including President Capone, voted to not apply for funding from the state. I've heard a lot about state funds being an impact of this. I'm grateful and thankful in 2021, there were enough people up at that table to go against President Capone and that side and take that funding. Because I cannot imagine where we would be today had we been $4 million short of what we already are. The amount of money that has been spent on lawsuits, the lack of everything is just completely horrifying that you think the right answer is to shut down one of your highest performing schools, shut down another elementary school, shut down a middle school, and further crowd our district even more without giving any public knowledge or input into this. You talk about parent forums, Dr. Alphone. It would have been helpful to have started these when Deborah Wright brings up the strategic planning that many on this board put a hold on. Perhaps if we continued the discussions then, we would not be in this position.
And I just want to address that because our original strategic planning meeting was March 6th, and we moved it purposely so that we could share this information and then have conversations. That is 100%. Because it's important to have information to discuss. So that was a strategic way.
I do just have one other question, considering you're timing all of us. In addition to talking about state funding going down, I'd like to know why Middletown actually has a 6% increase in state funding this year. So I'm not quite sure where that disconnect is, because you cannot come here and tell all of us this is happening because state funding. It's not. It is happening because of the lack of responsibility from many of you on that table. And I want everyone in this room and everyone watching to remember, we voted them there. Not all, I voted Deb Wright. She's the only one on that table I voted for. We have the opportunity, if they do not make this right, we do not need to vote them again. We can find people to replace them and to fix the mess that they are putting our children in.
My name's Eric Dowell. I live on 2 Maxon Avenue. I have a daughter at Bayshore, Mr. Cullen, and a first grader at Navesink. I'm not going to reiterate points that have been already made, and they're very good points. I will note that the letter that was sent out at 5 o'clock referred to a new adventure. I don't think people are enjoying the adventure. It referred to a sense of enthusiasm, pride, and anticipation. I'm not getting that feel here tonight. My first point, it's Middletown as a concept. It's a strange municipality. People don't move here for the quaint downtown. There is no downtown. They don't move here for the low taxes. The website in Middletown explains why people move here. It's a collection of villages, many of them historic, with neighborhoods that have grown in between. And that word that Ms. Minuin's used, community, that's why people move to Middletown, that's why they stay, that's why their kids come back, that's why their grandparents come back. What's being proposed, and there's time to fix it, would fundamentally destroy the very nature of Middletown. People don't move here so they can send their kindergartners and their first graders to an elementary school with 1,000 kids. There are plenty of other towns that have at least sensible school systems that you are competing with. The second point, I heard a lot of references to, quote, modern education. Let's talk about good education. I can only speak to Navesink. I want to stop by Leonardo too.
Great school.
Good education. Many of us walk our children to school. We're on first name bases with the teachers and the staff. If we need to talk to them after hours, we reach out to them. The community looks out for each other's kids. It is no mistake that Navesink is the highest performing school in this district year after year after year. It was just recently ranked, I know we like the U.S. News reports on this board, the number 27 elementary school in the entire state. This is the one you're proposing to close?
Makes sense. Makes sense. They're dumb.
I want to talk about what happens next. We know this is a provisional budget. We are short on time. There is time to fix things. If any version of this plan that's been proposed passes, it will hang around your necks, not just for the rest of your very short political careers, for the rest of your time in Middletown, because of the fundamental effects that this will have. My last point, the community forums. Come armed with your data. Not with a PowerPoint presentation, with your data. Again, I can only speak to my community. Bring your data. We have some very smart people who can help you figure it out.
Good evening. Emily Donahue of Huron Avenue. I have 2 children at Navesink. Before I kind of start what I want to say, I'm the head of HR. I'm happy to negotiate your contracts if you guys need help. I have experience with unions. I'm happy to do it because it is negotiable benefits specifically. So just want to make that note. I stand before you not just as a concerned parent, but as a community member and someone who refuses to accept that closing schools is the only way forward. So I ask you the board specifically, and you, Dr. Alphone, did you do enough? Did you exhaust every option before proposing to close the schools or change the locks on hundreds of students' education? Did you fight for them the way that we deserve to be fought for and that we elected you for? The way that the people, because you've made a decision like this, you're not just shutting down buildings, you're shutting down communities, you're forcing children to say goodbye to their teachers, their friends, and the safest place they've ever known, okay? Did you truly explore every financial alternative? Did you cut the top before cutting the foundation? Did you advocate for more funding, reach out to state and federal sources, or invite the public to be a part of a solution before presenting us with a decision? Based on the lack of transparency about this very meeting, I think we all as the public already know the answer. Extremely disappointing. Have you thought about the ripple effect? The overburdened classrooms, the students who will get lost in larger schools, the families who will now struggle with longer commutes, disruptive routines. Have you considered the children with specific needs who thrive in smaller, familiar environments? What happens to them, Dr. Alphone? I'm asking you, not as officials, but as people. If this was your children's school, which I know it is for some, would you be satisfied with this proposal, really only one, right, that you've given us? Are you truly proud of the proposal, Dr. Alphone? We all know what this represents, and it's negligence, right? The decisions you've made over the years, it's negligent, this proposal, okay? If the answer is no to any of you, pause, rethink it, okay? Find another way, because all of our kids deserve leaders to fight for them, and you failed them, all of you, okay? We don't want you to give up on our kids. So board, I ask you to reject Dr. Alphone's negligent plans, and yes to a plan that our community not wants, but needs, because this isn't it. So I ask you again, ask yourself tonight, and for every night when you go to bed, did you do enough, okay? And if you can't answer that with certainty, or with a sliver of doubt if it crosses your mind before you go to bed, then this fight, and it's gonna be a fight, is far from over. We collectively, as a community, are begging you, asking you to be more transparent, not just now, but always, because this impacts people the most here and in the community that you won't let in the doors. Please do better, it's what we voted for.
Two children at Bayshore currently that are 7th graders and one child at Navesink. Thank you to the teachers and community from Navesink and Leonardo that showed up to support the community. I know from your perspective that you have a thankless job. Many of you are not getting paid to stand up here. So I appreciate your time. I work as trained as a behavior analyst, which means that I professionally analyze behavior, and I just want to think about some of the things that have happened tonight. Dr. Alphone did ask for all of us to have an open mind about what she was presenting. I'm asking, what I'm seeing here is not everyone's having an open mind about the perspective of the parent in this. I can look at your behavior and I can tell which ones of you are going to vote which way and which ones of you already made that decision based on your nonverbal behavior. This was already done before you give the public the chance to have this conversation. Worked closely with Mr. Cullen. I have 2 children with 504 plans for OCD and anxiety disorders. They require extra support. This is not the time to do that today, right? So if you're going to transition, when we have people transitioning from 5th grade to middle school, from middle school to high school, we do that over the course of a year, right? They start going to the next school, they start wearing the gear, they start having meetings over there, they do the trivia and all that, the novel instruction, all of that happens over the course of a year. It's the end of March. It's too late to transition these kids this year, because I can tell you, having 2 kids with anxiety disorders, that they are on live streaming, texting me constantly, fearing for, it's not worth telling what their fears are, because this didn't start in September. If we were going to do this, we wanted to have this conversation, it should be for 2 years from now, when you have these opportunities. I understand there are budgeting constraints, and I respect that things have to be done. I totally get that piece of it. But March, end of March, early April is not the time to put this on kids. We know we have a mental health crisis. You know what my daughter said to me? One of my twins said to me? She said, I don't want to go to North because somebody died by suicide there recently. Mom, okay? So think about the mental health impact, because we are in a mental health crisis, not in Middletown, but in a society. Think about the mental health impact that it will have on our students, because I'm not saying that it never needs to happen, but the timeliness of this is really unprofessional, unethical, and inappropriate.
Yes.
That will be the last year that they step foot in those doors, and then you transition them systematically with thought and care to their social and emotional well-being. We have social and emotional goals in our curriculum, and these things should be honored too, because this is part of their social emotional development, and it's going to cause them trauma.
Possibly. I have a loud booming voice. I lecture for a living. So, hey, my name is Devin Rafferty. I'm a proud father of 2 children at Leonardo Grade School, and I'm the chair. Hello. They better be sleeping. I'm also the chair of the Economics and Finance Department at St. Peter's University, and I think the character of this plan has been covered, because man, if I was going to ram something through the faculty senate at St. Peter's, especially a 5 to 7 year plan, I would send it out at 4:30 right before the meeting. However, I can also speak to the fact that the plan reeks of corporate restructuring and exactly what an MBA student would come up with in their first semester. I teach at the graduate and undergraduate levels. And I would encourage we bring data, because I would like to look at how you control for heteroscedasticity, autocorrelation, other things, your area of independent, dependent variables in the econometric model that I'm sure you ran, because Superintendent Alphone said optimize, and that is a word with a very specific meaning, especially efficiency too. But I digress, because in my professional stature, I want to bring up the fact that the plan is a Ponzi scheme. I understand there's a deficit. I also understand that this district receives a disproportionate amount of its funding from local funding sources. That's the revenue. If we overcrowd our schools, that's going to lower property values, which will lower your intake of tax revenue, which will then create a bigger deficit, which you will then counter by having to cut more, which will lower your property taxes, which will then create a bigger budget deficit, which will then create more cutting of costs, and you can see where that landed Greece and the Eurozone. However, I also happen to know quite a bit about financial crises. And the only thing that ever solves budget deficits and financial crises is what this gentleman alluded to, where you get the interested stakeholders in a room, you pause, like when the market is collapsing, and you figure out an amicable solution for all of the parties involved. You don't steamroll through a corporate restructuring, treating students as if they just, by the way, the whole presentation was talking about unit costs. They're talking about your children as if there's unit costs involved. And that is what needs to be done. I would like to close with this. Don't buy into fear. I beg you. When somebody comes up to you and says, there's no alternative, we need to do this or else somebody else is going to take over, this is the way it's going to be, guess what? There's an alternative, and they're trying to get you to go along with something because they're So what I would like to do is this is clearly a solution. What necessarily was the problem? Because this is not going to solve the finance problem. It will exacerbate it over a 10 to 15 to 20 year period. Thank you for your time.
I am born and raised in Leonardo, New Jersey. I was born on the wet side, transitioned to the dark side, which I call the dry side now. And we have only stayed in Middletown and Leonardo because we wanted the same thing for our kids. You're talking about a historic school, Leonardo Grade School, where I have 3 boys. One is a freshman in South right now, and one is in kindergarten at Leonardo Grade School, and the other is in the program here with the high school buddies, the preschool program here. So I told my freshman, my son, about this possibility occurring tonight, and he was extremely upset. Let's just say that transitioning from Bayshore, which was the only school to divide, and again, I went to Leonardo Grade School, I went to Bayshore, and I went to South. So did my husband. So did a lot of people in this room, and we all chose to stay here and raise our kids the same ways. My street alone, we have about 4 or 5 neighbors that are raising their kids here because we all grew up here. And our kids go to school together. I mean, you're overpopulated already. We're gonna knock more stuff down, we're gonna move kids around so you guys can keep building. I mean, it's just greed at this point. And we're paying for it all. So it doesn't make much sense. My neighbor, actually, who couldn't be here tonight because he couldn't get a sitter, he has a son with special needs, he has Down syndrome, and he recently went through this situation already with Poor Mama School. So now you're talking about taking another child, and there are tons of children that are going through enough already, and overpopulating, and then removing them again. I don't know how many of you are from Middletown, I don't know how many of you live here or don't live here, or who your kids are, or where they go, and honestly, you guys don't really seem to care much about this, so I really don't care much about that. And I'm not a tick-for-tat human being, I am the shirt off your back kind of human being, and that is everybody that I can speak for, that I know from Leonardo. We are a community. This community would not have already come together if you guys would have given us an opportunity to make our kids money ourselves.
Right.
Something in that form to build more. I mean, our volunteer work is constant. We're always doing stuff. The PT, they live, eat, breathe, shit this stuff. and it's constant. Their whole lives revolve around helping each other and a community-based life. That's what we do here. You guys, we deserve that opportunity from you, to have been given that shot. And I don't even think you control half the shit you're going through, to be truthful with you. It all comes down from somebody else. So, that being said, I don't know why this has to be done tonight, right now, like a fire drill, when you guys have known about this shit since 2020, 2019 even.
Yeah.
We should have been given an opportunity to either help, make a difference, do something. I mean, I don't know, but there has to be more that can be done, and you need to listen to us. This is our place, not yours.
Everyone, my name is Drew Train. I live on Farmers Avenue. I'm a 4th grader, a 6th grader, and an 8th grader. But just on a practical level, I'm not a professional educator. It seems like Bayshore is not going to be a good elementary school. It's a jump. I'm lucky, my kids are the biggest kids in their grades. They're not afraid of bullies. They're not afraid of big spaces, but their friends are. Half the kids on my son's 4th grade basketball team can't reach the urinal during the game. Bayshore. There's no playground. They got to go across the street. The science of it, it's not a facility design, and I can't imagine what it would be like as a 5-year-old to walk into a building where you could easily get lost. Kids get lost in babysitting. You can see both ends. It's not a practical plan. Also, like just in my own situation with a 4th grader, a 6th grader, and an 8th grader, I didn't have 3 kids on 3 different tracks through the district, 3 totally different experiences. It breaks them apart from all their friends, sports colleagues. It just doesn't make any practical sense for a family to put their kids through a district and have it go this way. And further, on just a practical level, I don't believe that the lack of transparency was accidental. The idea that those 2 weren't allowed in the meeting, that you had access to this information for a long time, that the information came out at 5 o'clock, that we weren't even going to be allowed to speak before you took the vote, and that you have a sword of Damocles hanging over this conversation from the state is clearly an administrative tactic to disenfranchise government.
Yes.
And it's creating 2 very linear paths, north and south, and breaking this community apart. And if y'all are
gonna live here, you're gonna see it for generations. It's a terrible mistake. And the idea that there are only one plan where it's lay off 120 teachers and another plan where it's close 2 schools, dissolve another one and lay off 40 is a stunning lack of creativity and imagination.
I'm probably the only person in this room that's gonna say thank you, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I own a boxing studio, and you have made so many people mad. So if you guys wanna punch me, I hold pads, I have like bags, you guys can come to me, because you're gonna need so much fucking therapy. That is the only point that I'm gonna say thank you for. The second point that I would like you to think of, that I'm not gonna repeat anything that everybody has already said, because so many good points have been made. What I want you to do is put yourself in the place of the very first person that you heard of today, which was that 7th grader. Because 5 years ago, I have 3 boys, one of them is her age, 2 boys at Bayshore, one of them named the same, okay? 5 years ago, she was in 2nd grade. She was ripped out of her school this exact same month, and she was taken away from her friends, she was taken away from socialization, she was taken away from her teachers, and she was put a mask on her face, and COVID happened. This is the exact same equivalent to those COVID kids, what you're doing right now. They are gonna go through the same mental health, social issues that you are on. You're choosing to do it. You're choosing to do the same thing that we couldn't avoid 5 years ago. Those poor COVID kids have been through so much. They have been through so much. Their learning issues have slowed, or their learning disabilities have increased. They have finally started to feel normal again. They are playing sports. They have friends. If you take these kids in middle school and you move them from their middle school, like my 6th grader, into a brand new middle school, do you know how hard that is gonna be for those kids? After they've just now finally started to feel normal again after COVID. So what I'm asking you as grandparents or moms or dads sitting up there, can you honestly go to sleep tonight and tomorrow and whenever you vote on this shit and tell me that you think this is an okay idea to put the COVID kids through, put them in new schools with all the new things they're gonna have to deal with, and then those little kindergartners and those 2nd graders and the 3rd grader that I also have, put in Bayshore. Because I know what Bayshore looks like, and to the person before me that spoke, it's not meant for little kids. There is nothing funny. What's a really big deal is these kids went through COVID 5 years ago this month, and you're about to put them through COVID number 2 in a different way. And nobody saw that or said that, so I'm saying.
I'll go.
In my basement.
Hi, my name is Sue Doherty. I have 3 girls in New Monmouth that will be going to Thor next year. 2 of them have IEPs. I moved here 11 years ago because this was supposed to be a really good district. And at first it was. And the last couple of years, it sucks. Sorry to say that. This reminds me of the Proclamations all over again. Same thing, we got emails that day, and then a meeting. You guys already made your decision, and you made us all come in here, we want to speak, and gave us hope. Right. But in reality, you guys don't care. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So, I definitely think this is bullshit, and you guys could always say that you guys care about our kids, you want the best for our kids. All you guys care about is your high-paying jobs and your paychecks. You guys don't care about your kids, or this would not be happening.
April Rose Ramirez. Hold on, I'm just gonna pull up my notes. I actually want you all to stand up. Could you? Because I feel like you've all been sitting. Could you do that for me?
Yeah, we can stand up.
You, board members. I feel like you all are kind of like, you know,
Thank you,
Would you please stand up just for a second? How long have you been here? 10, 12? You're usually in bed right now. Thank you. You know what? Your facial expression is kind of like the same. And I feel like all these stories are kind of like the same to you. So, anyway, again, April Ramirez. I live on Florence Avenue and Leonardo. Is that what you guys were requesting? The names and stuff. I have 5 kids, and one just graduated from North last year, and he is now in college, and he's on the spectrum. I have one in South. She's a senior, and she's graduating with high honors, and she will be attending Keene University next year. I also have one in South who is a freshman. Sorry, when you have a lot of kids, you can lose track. He's also on the spectrum, and we've actually had, we've had some. It took me about 3 years to get him in the IEP with Middletown School District. 3 years to get into the IEP. Then I have Brody, who is at Bayshore. He's in 8th grade. And this is when we've had some conversations. This is how Patrick. Because he wanted to go to North so that he could be not always with his other brother. It was always with his other brother, right? So he wanted to have his own identity and attend North. And then I have my little one, who's 2nd grade at Leonardo. I told her this evening, and she was in tears. And I know she's in 2nd grade, she doesn't really understand everything, but at the end of the day, she was just really, really upset, and she was sad. So my question to you, to the board, is that I'm not from Middletown. You can probably tell my accent. Sorry, I've been here, I need something to drink, but anyway, I'm not from Middletown. I came here, I'm in real estate, I sell a lot of real estate. I talk to people, they're like, oh, I only want to buy a house that's zoned for this, it's zoned for this. You buy here for a certain reason, right? People come here, people say, I don't want to live in Keensburg, I don't want to live here, I want to live over here, I want to live here, right? People buy for this school district. I'm going to tell you this. People like Middletown for a reason. We've kind of been in the news a lot lately. We're kind of a joke. Thank you so much. We've been in the news a lot. We're kind of a joke. This is a joke. I'm sorry. It kind of is. And you know what? We, as a community, not only get audited, but we also, as a community, we can also hire forensic accountants to audit you guys, honestly, because where is it? If you know where the money is going, then we can also, as a community, hire someone to figure it out, honestly. But, it is not the best idea. It's not the best idea, not only for all of the children, but also mentally, emotionally, we need to be stable for them. I've spoken to many of you, for my kids, for the community, and we think about all of the children and think about them emotionally, mentally, academically, and just come together and not make the wrong decision. But I would like to know this. When is the budget due? before you have to hand it to the state. Because I really, I'll be honest with you, I do real estate all the time, okay? And there's contracts, and there's addendum to the contract, and then things are due, but then you can also push them back, and you can do an extension like you did tonight, right? You're extending for all to hear all of us, right? So my question is this, when is it due by? 'Cause do you really need to make a decision by tonight?
On the tentative budget, yes.
That's not right.
So when is it due? End of day, 4 p.m.? And who's it due by? Or can you request an extension to the addendum of the original contract? Yeah. Can you do that? Because I think, honestly, in every single contract, there's always an addendum. I truly believe that you guys should probably request that extension before you guys get audited, or the community requests an audit on whatever your budget is. Okay, honestly, because we really need to evaluate, especially as you guys sprung this on, not only one school, but 3 schools. The entire town. That are being affected, the entire town being affected. So again, so everyone knows, every single contract can be addendum. There can be an addendum to every single contract.
Get to work,
Okay.
good job.
I am a parent and new mom. So I'm gonna change things up a little bit because my child was going, my first child, my oldest, was going into kindergarten year of COVID, right, 2020. And on March, I believe it was 7th, a final vote came down with Dr. George at that point in time. Dr. George looked many of us in the eye prior to this vote and said, nothing's set in stone. Nothing has been decided yet. We all knew. We all knew he was lying to our faces. We asked him about who was moving into those townhouses across from Target, and he said, families with children don't move into townhouses. They won't need schools. They're not gonna need to go to schools. Don't worry about that. Lied to our faces, okay? So a lot of us are coming here with that. Many of you were not on the board then. Many of you got voted in because of that. Many of you got voted in because you said North Side matters. And I want you to remember that when you're voting on this, okay? When he said North Side matters, you know what else he said? He said, when we consolidate Fort Monmouth into New Monmouth, we're gonna cap class sizes. We're gonna cap them 17 to 18 kids. You know what we're at? 24, 25. Want to make sure y'all know that. 24, 25 kids capped. We no longer get to have school dances. Our school's too big. Kindergarten and first grade eats in their classrooms. Cafeterias are overcrowded. Our kids, and too loud, especially for the sensory kids, because inclusion and obviously those children are in the classrooms, they cannot be in there. Additionally, gym classes. Our children sit for the majority of gym classes. They watch children play because there's 4 to 5 classes in each gym class. So for the 40-minute period of gym class, they sit for 5, but they sit and they get to play for 5 to 10 minutes, but they sit for about 30. They watch. During COVID, which, let's be honest, is not off the table again, right?
Yeah.
Not off the table. I had to contact the superintendent of the county because at that time, Mary Ellen Walker was the superintendent. And she told me that my child, who's a beanpole, who does not like to eat, was not entitled to a mask break in order to eat her food if it was raining outside. She couldn't have a sip of water, she couldn't have a snack because it was raining and there wasn't enough space in their classrooms that was overcrowded with Fort Monmouth and New Monmouth kids. They said the capacity of the school, oh, we could fit 500. We were at 200 and something. Fort Monmouth came in, we're at 503. 503.
And somebody had stated before, just because that's the capacity does not mean that's what it's meant to be. And while I do believe that Bayshore is a beautiful school, I've been there many times. That's where my child, my fourth grader, played basketball. It's not an elementary school, it is a middle school, okay? And I look to the future. I look to the kids of Port Monmouth and New Monmouth that have already been screwed over by not many of you, but by this Board of Education and by their inability to learn in a classroom with maybe 16, 17 kids. We've got kids pulling down their pants in class in New Monmouth that teachers aren't aware of until the kids tell them, because there's so many kids in the classroom, they can't see what's going on. Our kids aren't learning what they're supposed to be learning because there's so many children, they're not getting the one-on-one time they need. And that's not because of the teacher's inability, it's because of an overcrowding. So why I'm here is because of what's gonna happen in 2 years when my child goes to Thorne. When you overcrowd Thorne is when I'm mad, because you've already done it once. Maybe some of you didn't vote on it, but I'm letting you know, promises have been made. Promises of small class sizes have been made. Promises of a new playground, or at least the one for Port Monmouth being brought over to New Monmouth have been made. We didn't get that either, okay? That Port Monmouth playground sitting on the Port Monmouth site hasn't been brought over, it's too expensive. So now we've been busting our butts trying to raise money for a new playground for New Monmouth. Because not only do we have 2 children in wheelchairs at New Monmouth that have no equipment to play on, we also have the autism program that do not, thank you. And I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think we have ADA compliance there, but nobody seems to care. Okay? And apparently it's become the PTA's responsibility to raise these funds. And for these reasons, I'm here. For these reasons, I'm furious. And I look to you guys, because I remember when you, Tobacco, Capone were running, it wasn't just, oh, I'll mask our children, it was also Northside Matters. Northside doesn't seem to matter today. It doesn't. Because everything that's going to be overcrowded and affected, you know where it's not affecting? It's not affecting Lincroft. Affecting Thorne. It seems to be affecting Port Monmouth. It seems to be affecting New Monmouth. And I remember a few years ago, in addition to Port Monmouth being on the table of, this is not the ADA compliant school, this is the school that's losing a roof, this is the school that's costing us money. You know what the other school was? It was River Plaza. Notice River Plaza's not on the budget today. River Plaza wasn't here. This was a whole surprise to all of us. And it was deja vu of Dr. George all over again, trying to have a very simple budget meeting, talking about, oh, what's it gonna be next year? And then all of a sudden he springs in, oh, and by the way, Port Monmouth's closing. And the teachers found out hours before and they all stormed in. They were like, what are you talking about? Had you told us about this, maybe we could have come up with a solution. But right now, the solution that you've given us is plan A, or we're gonna fire all your teachers, your schools are gonna be overcrowded, your classrooms are gonna be overcrowded, and screw you. That is the options that we've been given. Where's option B, C, and D? What other options are there? How is it that River Plaza was a non-compliant school 5 years ago? And this isn't to say River Plaza should be closing, I'm just saying, River Plaza, it was either or 5 years ago. And now River Plaza is not even consideration, it's, well, listen, Navasink, how some of us say it. My understanding is Navasink is on some sort of property that we're not even gonna get money for. So we can't even get money for it. Where's the money for Port Monmouth? Where did that go? Let's talk about the turf fields that were put on North. Where did that money come from?
What about the scoreboard?
Oh, yeah, and the scoreboards. Oh, and the cheerleaders' uniforms. Let's not forget about that. But there was a number of monetary decisions made when this decision was in your laps. And you chose not to have this discussion.
chose not to involve the community and chose not to little by little just take little chips off of it. So to me, this is a joke.
Yeah.
We've been through this in Port Monmouth and New Monmouth. When we were promised this decision hadn't been made, with all due respect to Ms. Alphone, in your letter that was sent out later on in the day, it did say this was, I believe it said this was a hard decision. So that you said decision, like the decision was made.
Right.
Like you worded it, it was a decision. Okay.
Because I know Samantha.
Alright, so I mean, we're splitting hairs, but you know, words matter. A lot of you are attorneys here. You understand words matter, okay? And my question to you is, how do you ask for people to vote on a budget when you're putting the cart before the horse?
Yeah.
How do we know what that budget is? We don't know what we need to shut down. We don't know what we need to knock off. We have no idea what our budget really looks like, what we're spending. We don't know, because we've been giving some graphs of what other districts have been through, what it might cost for each child, but we've been given one option. And the other option is fire and have no athletics, no after-school activities, and fire all your teachers. And quite frankly, the other option is overcrowd Thorne, overcrowd Thompson, and then once you have all of these kids in these schools, and you have these sports that right now, let's say there's how many kids, 600 or so in Thorne, for instance, and you have a cheer squad that has 15 to 20 girls allowed, or dance squad, and now you add 400 in. Now what? Now I tell my kid, you know what? Screw you. You practice this entire time, but you know what? The kids on the north side, they just got screwed again.
Ma'am, can you?
I think it's important
So-
that.
Oh, are you gonna cut me off? I'm so sorry.
You've been more than 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. What is your name? Bruce Padilla?
He's not on the board.
Are you the second contract? Are you the second attorney for the township? Or the second contract? I'm gonna be filing Oprah requests tomorrow, so I'm just curious who you work for. I'd like to know what your contract states and how much you're actually getting paid.
Yeah, go ahead, Bruce.
My contract is public record, I guess.
Yeah, no, and I'm going to, oh, and what, you had worked for a company and now you went out on your own?
Yes.
Understood. And I think we all understand this, which is part of the reason why we're so aggravated, because that was put in, I believe, a discussion on a Tuesday and voted in really quick by Friday to get you your contract. But you can shut off my mic now. I think I've made my point. I say thank you, and I want to let you know the people of Port Monmouth and New Monmouth have already had these promises made, new playground, small classrooms, everything else. Guess what? We don't have a band room. We don't have a library. We are not allowed to have dances. We are not allowed to have school plays or band. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
They need to know what their future looks like in Thompson and Thorne.
Who's the last person in line? The black jacket. Got it.
My name is Kara Ward, and my daughter is in the autism program at Bayshore Middle School. I fought 5 years to get her in the autism program from the MD. I fought to get her into the program where it suits her best. To take that away from her now, I feel like the classroom sizes are going to be absolutely crazy. I saw Thorne, I saw their NB class, it was overpacked. The cafeteria was crowded, loud. They said that half of the kids do gym, the special needs kids do gym in the hallway. At Bayshore, she has so many more opportunities. She's actually gonna be the manager of the softball team. She does Bayshore buddies there. She has a small classroom and she is thriving. And to take that all away from her after she's been through COVID, lost 2 years of education, which she desperately needed, and I'm trying to catch up with that. And then to remove all of that and push her back, and no one has really spoken about where all these special needs kids are gonna go. They're gonna get jammed, pushed to the side in some classroom. I fought so hard to get her where she is, and to have that taken away and pushed into a classroom where they're basically forgotten and overcrowded is definitely something that I don't want to hear happening, and that's how I feel is what's gonna happen. Also, they have a PT OT room in Norton that's shared with speech, I think. There's one class that's just shoved with three different people doing OT, PT, speech. So these kids are not getting one-on-one. They're in rooms where other kids are getting services, and they're not getting the attention that they need. So I can't imagine when you're going to be shoving all these kids and telling us that there's going to be more room. There's not enough room yet. So I'm not sure how you're figuring this out.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Greeley. I have 3 children who go to Navesink. My oldest is in 5th grade and does not know she will not be going to Bayshore. She would be heartbroken to know so. My middle is in 2nd grade and my youngest is in kindergarten. He was recently diagnosed with being completely deaf in one ear. It took us multiple months to finally get an IEP and a plan in place, and that's at our amazing school. So putting him into a more crowded school, I'm sure would become more challenging. My very real question tonight, though, is all the 5th graders who attend Navesink are planned to show up at Bayshore on Thursday night for their orientation to attend Bayshore Middle School as 6th graders. These children, for the past year that they've been in 5th grade, they've had their new Bayshore principal come in and introduce himself to every single one of them. They've had the band from Bayshore come in and play for them. They have already been acclimated to who the Bayshore students will be and are excited about it. We all attended the Middletown Alliance program. Our new Bayshore principal, who we will all have, attended that in celebration with all the kids who will be going to Bayshore. We sat there, the town sat there, saying you will all sit together in Bayshore in a few months. This is wonderful, this is beautiful, you're all together now. So I want to know who up here at this table is going to tell every 5th grader who's supposed to be sitting in the Bayshore auditorium on Thursday that they will not be going to that orientation on Thursday because there will be no Bayshore Middle School to go to. Because instead, their 2 little siblings will be going there. They will not be able to use the bathroom because they're too short. My child, who is deaf, will be wandering around a very large school with multiple doors, multiple stairways that were not built for a 5-year-old. Who is going to be there to help support him? He recently had surgery a week ago. Every Navesink teacher showed up for this child. And I'm sure they would do the same thing. But that sense of community and support is lost as soon as you start combining schools. Almost every child in Navesink Elementary School made a card for my child. Every teacher checked in on us the day before surgery, the day after surgery, and the following week. Our nurse has routinely checked in with me. Our principal, every person in that school has shown up for our family. They made sure my 5th grader and 2nd grader who were crying and who were upset all day that their little brother was having surgery on his head to ensure he had access. They were there videoing with us so they could see their brother to make sure he was fine. That is not happening in a larger school, and not because our teachers don't want it to, and not because our support staff don't want it to. It is just impossible to do that at a large scale level. And that is what you're taking away from these children. You're putting these tiny children, we had to drive past Bayshore to get here. Have you gone on those stairs? Do you know what is gonna happen to a 5- and 6-year-old? I agree with whoever said it before. I hope that you increase the lawyers at this table because there are going to be so many injuries within that school. It is not set up for 5- and 6-year-olds. It is set up for my incoming 6th grader, and it is a beautiful facility for a middle schooler, which is as it should remain.
I am very content and happy at our beautiful, small, little school. Yes, we don't have our individual music room, but the love and community far overshadows.
We've talked a lot about all of the reasons why the parents are unhappy about this plan, about how it was very much mishandled, but I'm a believer in tactical next steps and holding people accountable, so I want to talk about what you're going to do when you leave this room. The schedule that you put up on your slide for the community information sessions is untenable. The first one is 2 weeks from tonight, and it sounds like we're up against a tight deadline, and we've got a plan that is not going to move forward, so you guys have got to rework your schedule and figure out how you're going to make it work. And I want to know who on the board is responsible for revising that schedule and getting it out to all of us by tomorrow, because you were very able to get out a series of emails today, so I know you can do it. Who on the board? Who on the board will be revising the schedule for the community session with the proper communication?
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand.
Who's gonna do it? Who
Oh,
did
guys.
it today?
Guys, the emperor has no clothes. I also want to know, there were some questions about the data that went into this. There's a lot of smart people who live in our communities who would be happy to help you analyze it. We don't just want to look at what you put on a slide and try to force feed us. We want the actual data. When will that be sent out? It seems like it's readily available, that you were able to put together your own opinion and point of view. So where is that data? Is it already accessible? If not, when will it be accessible? Where are the links, and when will the information be coming and the communication be coming to the entire community so that we can self-review? Because I don't think any of us have a lot of trust in what you're telling us. Who's responsible for that on this board?
Speak up.
Who is responsible?
Do you do anything?
So, none of you.
No one can do an action step?
Nobody's responsible. We put you in that seat.
Anybody do any work up there? Anybody? Nobody.
I believe the word negligence was used earlier, and this is negligent. Not one person can tell me who can look at revising a schedule.
The board is not responsible for that. It's not the board.
So who is it? So tell us who it is. Share with us so that we can find the appropriate person. Because right now, what I'm hearing is that you'll hear us all out. Yes, the presentations at the community sessions, we're gonna lose 2 weeks before the first community session. We're up against an end of April deadline.
Trying to give people time to be able to.
No, I think we're ready to talk about it. I think we're ready to talk about it. Okay. So Dr. Alphone, this was your proposal, so you've obviously been the closest to the data. You've mentioned a plan B. We haven't seen any detail on that.
Shannon, can you pull up that
When will
slide
that be shared? When will that be disseminated? And I'd like to see what was explored and thrown out as options C and D. Because you know what? Option A is not working for the people in this room, and we deserve to see everything. And the fact that no one will sit here and commit to working on a revised schedule is ridiculous.
You can't commit to more community meetings.
You should be ashamed of yourselves, and you should be embarrassed. It's not negligence, it's incompetence. Or corruption, but we'll find out in the audio. And the fact that you won't answer these simple steps about revising a schedule or sharing data that you're supposedly basing this earth-shattering plan on.
This is what corruption looks like.
This is what corruption looks like.
If you've got nothing to hide, show us the data, give us the schedule to have the proper conversations with us. You say that you weren't trying to hide the plan from us by sending these emails last minute, but now you're refusing to address even meeting with us again because you don't want us to have time to revise this plan. You want the budget to pass tonight because there's a threat that the state will come in. Otherwise, you want that to pass, and then you want to push us to the side until the deadline runs out. Well, I'm here to tell you that we notice, and it's being held accountable. And if there's any press in the room, which I hope there is, I hope that you will note that no one on this board would commit to reworking schedules or relooking at options or giving the public a place where they could go to find the data that this is supposedly fixed on.
All of the state aid data and all of the numerical figures that I reviewed in the state aid over the course of time and enrollment figures, it's all public information on the New Jersey Department of Education's website. That's where I pulled that information.
Okay, and who will
Because it's
disseminate that
historically-
information? There should be.
Anybody has public access to that at any point in time.
Why can't you just send it?
NJDOE
I don't want to make it easy for you to access the information. But you know, we have a lot of people in this room, a lot of smart people, people who I'm sure are familiar with some of this data, and it will be on us, everyone in this room, to be sharing on social media, on Facebook, on Instagram, all of the updates that they will not give us. Do not let them do this. Hold them accountable. Take the steps that they won't, because they're not going to work on our behalf. We've seen that tonight.
Hi, my name is Emily Kugelman. I have a son that's in middle school now. He was in Fort Monmouth 5 years ago when the school was closed. And we were made promises that it would be a smooth transition. That they would have everything that they need going into this new school. That they wouldn't lose classrooms for music and for art and for all these extracurriculars. This was supposed to be better. And it wasn't. It was a hard transition. My son lost his community. He is still struggling with school. This board heartlessly closed the school and the kids went back one day, because the pandemic closed the schools 2 days after the board voted. So they never got to go back and say goodbye. Nobody cared. It was absolutely awful. And I just want to know, what is your plan to actually close these schools? Are they going to have buses, or are these families going to have to fight like we did to get our kids bused to school? It's absolutely insane. We live exactly 1.28 miles from New Monmouth. We had to fight tooth and nail to get our kids bused to school over extremely dangerous roads. And driving our kids to school in the morning is a nightmare. Drop off is a nightmare. Extracurricular things, after school, nightmare. Anytime the parents have to park in that parking lot, they do not fit. Dropping my kid off at Thorne is already a nightmare. Drop off at Thompson is a nightmare. So what are the actual logistical plans for how are you going to merge all these kids? Do you actually have anything going forward past this vote and past what we're doing here like this year? What does it look like going forward? That's all I want to know. Thank you.
That's right. Yeah. I think we've heard from the community now, so it's funny, I was running some numbers, looking at the capacity of schools. So right now, if you were to transition Bayshore students to Thompson and Thorne, you would be at max capacity plus 129 students.
Oof.
How? No, not true.
I mean,
I
you
know
said
you're
the data's
transparent.
online, she's using that.
This guy over here. Can we put you over
Yeah.
here?
Yes. Yes.
You've been here probably since 7:30 and you have a lot of shit figured out. And this is nothing figured out. Yeah. What was my other thing? Oh, did we happen to, can we skip to phase 3? Phase 3. What's phase 3? We're gonna go down to 8 elementary schools, so we're gonna close more. Did anybody know that?
Yes.
Sounds fun. But you have the brutal mayor up there at Middletown who's shoving all of this housing everywhere. Yep. Where do those kids go? Yeah. They don't have kids. They don't have kids. Oh, that's I forgot. We're gonna have, are we gonna put out like a resume? Oh, you can't come here, you have kids.
It's not 55 and older. They're not 55 and older.
I think you guys need to rethink your plan, your budgeting.
No, so at least look interested when people are talking. Like you, Mr. Lawyer, who doesn't look interested at all. He's not.
In 2023, the average, we are over 175% with their salaries. That is insane. You can look this up too, online. Top heavy.
Okay, we're gonna end.
I just have one quick question. I'm sorry, I have 4 kids in the school district. Quick
I'm
question.
sorry, I see you up online.
Yeah,
That's
I
right, your
just
last one
jumped
up.
in. Emily Camelli from Leonardo. I'm just wondering if we were in a dire financial situation, whose decision was it to pay substitute teachers to cover the parent-teacher conferences?
$80,000 apparently.
Who made that decision?
Who did it?
It doesn't seem fiscally responsible.
Okay, I need a motion to approve, discussion first, does anybody have any discussion?
Yeah, I want to do more discussion. I really,
Get 'em, Mark.
I don't want to say I enjoyed listening to everybody, but you're listening to everybody tonight. I've been on the fence about this for, like I said, for quite a while. And I've heard a lot about transparency, and transparency is something that I agree with, because even as a board member, because of the position I'm in, I'm not well-liked. So nobody's transparent with me. Dr. Alphone, I want to give her credit, because I call her and she picks up the phone and answers my questions for me. And Frank does too. Okay. But there's no transparency. I have to be an investigator to find anything out. That's how I feel.
And you're on the board.
And I'm on the board.
And you're on the board.
So I was not involved with the
Sounds
finance
corrupt.
committee with that. I was presented what the finance committee came up with
A month ago, he said he wasn't.
at the previous board meeting.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't a month ago.
I'm sorry, Mark.
2
I'm sorry.
weeks
That
ago.
is not true.
So
This entire board, excuse me.
the details of it were not.
This entire board was together, with the exception of Mrs. Minuis, who was absent that night. The entire board was together when Dr. Alphone presented this. Not one person, and Deb is in finance, and Gary as well, was told this at any different time. This was presented and rolled out to the entire board at once. So I just want to clarify that before. What was the date? I don't.
Before us.
A month ago. I'm saying. I am clarifying. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just trying to clarify. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying the entire board was presented this at the same time. He said he didn't know because it came from finance. It didn't come from finance. I'm not disputing the month. I am trying to clarify that this entire board was presented with this at the same exact time by Dr. Alphone. There was no secret.
What is that?
You're not hearing me.
What will you do next?
Okay,
We have three questions.
okay.
I just have questions here. I want to know for sure, this tentative budget has to be voted on tonight, because it does have to be handed in. There's no way of adjourning what has to be handed in.
Correct, and that's why there is tentative budget vote and a final
I
budget vote.
understand that.
Where do we see that?
And wait,
It's a
excuse me, now it's our time. Now it's our time. I want to know when a budget, it's a tentative budget.
Correct.
So the state doesn't come in on the tentative.
No,
It's a
absolutely
tentative.
not.
Okay.
It comes, that's why there is time
So
in
then the state
between.
doesn't get it.
It's
That's
our
why there is
time.
time in between. And
Scared of the state. But where do we see that?
Thank you.
Time in between.
Thank you.
which is why,
You can say
So there's
no.
no timeline.
So there's no time.
no, there is a timeline between now and April 30th when the final vote has to happen.
So we better work quickly. We better work quickly
So
for a better
whatever,
plan.
excuse me, so whatever we decide today means nothing for the schools until we speak about the next month and the final budget. Which at that point, you will have a resolution if you're for or against closing the school and merging. That has nothing to do with this budget right now that we're voting on. We're voting for the fiscal, I'm gonna say this again. If we don't close the schools, option B is what's going on. So that is, so let me say this again. There are top-heavy positions in there. From top down, I don't get paid, sir. I'm a volunteer just like you, and I have 5 children, okay? I'm a dad also. I'm a dad. Okay, so I'm gonna say this again. There is enough time from now until our final budget to see what we can come up with and strip it again. And trust me when I tell everyone, if you think that I myself or any board member takes this job not seriously, you're dead wrong. Because, you're talking to me, please, I'm talking right now, so just please speak to me. I'm speaking about myself, and I don't want to talk for the board members, but I know there's a lot of passion that we all put in this as parents, as volunteers, as dads, and as mothers. And the last thing I ever want to do is to close a school on anybody. So I'm gonna say this again. If everybody pays attention to what's taking place, you get your final state aid approximately 3 weeks ago, Amy? 2 weeks ago? We don't know where we're standing on our budget until the governor and Trenton, and yes, I lobbied every senator, Democrat and Republican, for more money, which I did get every year. But when you're getting 6% of nothing, it's 6% of nothing. When Newark's getting $75 million of 6%, that's something. Okay, we have a $200 million budget, of which we're allocated $14 million from the state. That is disgusting. We did not do this to any of your children. The state did this to your children. Okay? No, I'm gonna disagree with every one of you, okay?
Where is the money
I'm gonna
from
disagree
Port
with you.
Where is
because
the money from the closing of Port Monmouth? What
Port
happened to that
Monmouth
money?
School was already allocated for last year's budget.
And where is it? What did it go to?
It filled last year's budget. So last year, let me give you some knowledge. Last year, our operating budget, we went up 1%, about 1.5%. Inflation that everybody is feeling, myself included, 5 children. We have vendors that are getting more money now at this point. That's where we have that $15 million budget gap. And by the way, with the audit and all, there's no problem. We get audited every year from the state. That goes back to the state.
So correct, if that's right, that it's
Yes.
the state and not you guys. This goes back to transparency.
Mm-hmm.
You guys should have been telling us this for years, for months. They're telling us to go to.
You're missing my point. You're missing my point. We've been, and by the way, the board, excuse me, please. I'm trying to give you as much transparency right now as possible. Please bear. Now, speaking to you and answering your question, okay? Year after year, we've balanced the budget, and I have news for everyone here. If it wasn't for myself and a couple of the board members that have been here, that turned our insurance into self-insurance, we would have been defunct years ago because we saved $10 million on that. And we were trying our best as we went along to get more funding into this district. I'm sorry?
Every year, when you're saying.
We've balanced our budget every year. This year, like I'm telling you, our operating cost for next year is $197 million.
So overnight, we are losing 2 schools.
I'm sorry?
This year.
1 second, I'm sorry?
So it's the first year that we're having this problem.
This is the first year that we have a gap that large because of, like I'm saying to everybody, inflation. I'm sorry? The salaries are the same every year. You get, so I'm gonna explain this to you. When you get 3%, 3.25% raises every year, that goes up relatively the same every year. But when inflation's kicking in at 20% and 30% a year, that's when you have a problem. We're not the only district out there that is working on this.
What did they do? Have you tried that? Has that been a conversation?
What do you mean renegotiate?
The union's here, if you guys want to ask them to renegotiate, it doesn't happen.
So I'm going to say this again to you. I've reached out and lobbied every senator possible, including the chair of education. We've had nice conversations on the phone, and we were told that the way the funding formula is this year, it's going to be sort of a level playing field.
So, but it's a 1-year thing. Why do you have a 5-year, 7-year plan?
That's called a long range.
1 year.
That's called a long range plan that nothing is taking place right now.
But why
That's
can't
going to be.
If this is a 1-year problem, why is there a plan?
think I'm a fairly smart person, I'm not following you, so please, bear with me.
Mhm.
So 1 year deficit that we haven't had before, instead of just trying to figure out how to solve.
We never had a $15 or $16 million deficit, that's correct. That's correct. Usually predominantly, it's a couple of $1 million that we are able to fill that gap.
Predominantly due to the salary benefit increase, that the number one by far reason.
All the time, that's the same every time, that's the,
Can I
our
just add,
largest,
and I'm not arguing with you, but that's a driving factor for every school.
every school district.
That's not unique just to us, right?
But we're one of the ones that are getting, having this massive change. I just, it doesn't make any sense that we balance, we have now we change everything.
Because over the last
it doesn't make any
the last
sense.
3 years.
So let me just put this in perspective for everybody. In 2010, on or about, this district was receiving approximately $21 million in state aid. I'm sorry, 2012, 13?
2009.
2009, $21 million. Over the course of the 15 years now, 16 years, we're receiving $13, $14 million. That equates back to 2009 that we should be receiving $60 or $70 million today, that the state is only giving us $13, $14 million. That's disgusting. And I'm gonna say this one more time, and then I'm gonna turn this over to the board to make a decision and vote on this. We do not want to close any school, and if there is a way to figure this out on this board in the next month, 30 days, whatever we have, we're gonna do our best to try and figure that out.
You should have
And like we're saying, relax, calm down, and like we're saying, I would encourage everyone to come to our forums that we have, that you're gonna get knowledge of. Obviously, I do not send out the emails for the forums, so I apologize to you all. The administration will send out the emails for everyone to come and speak to these forums. I will be there myself. I want to hear you, what you want to say. I heard everybody in this room today, and I understand exactly what each one of you is saying. And I am passionate as well as you are. But guess what? I was elected by all of you to do a job. And I'm trying to, and I apologize if I wasn't elected by you, that's fine. But I'm here trying to represent you, and I will always represent your children. Okay?
Can I just say something real quick? And just, this cell phone, I'm just saying, 5 years ago, I shook Dr. G's hand, and he said to me, I promise this isn't a done deal. I promise we're gonna listen. I watched all the forums, I watched all the parents stand, I watched all the parents plea, and in the end, that deal was done the day it was announced. And
I'm gonna stop right there. I can't talk for Dr. George. I wasn't on this board when he was here. We're dealing with this right now, and we're gonna try our best to figure it out. I understand, I just said, I understand everybody's passion here. I'm a father of 5. Trust me, I get it.
It's time for it's the board's discussion and vote.
Shut up, Bruce.
I'm gonna make a motion for 12A.
I had a few questions that I wanted to ask. First of all, I want to make a clarification. When people said that in 2021, strategic planning stopped, it absolutely did, because we were so worried about getting our kids back in school full-time that became our full priority. COVID was 2020, 2021. So just remember that. It wasn't that people didn't care about a strategic plan. Priorities were our students, their education, and getting them back into school.
That was 4 years ago.
Exactly right. And just to Mr. Capone's point, I have watched him go after funding. I have watched us get it. We need more, there's no doubt about it, but I do want to give him the credit that he has done his due diligence in rallying. And a lot of you people are right. We need our community out there rallying. A rally like this, people listen to numbers, not to 1 or 2 people. We needed to get our community out there, and I think we've said that for many years going on. You know, our legislative committee needs to involve our community.
Then invite us.
And we need the numbers to do that. So with that said, I would like to ask, we can't cancel or put off the vote, but I would like to have a commitment that we're gonna look for plans C and D.
I just made that statement, John, already. I made that statement prior, saying that the next month we're gonna tear this apart and see what we can come up with the best we can.
Wait,
But if we vote
you won't
it
have an
down-
answer tomorrow, but I think we deserve a timeline by tomorrow on when you plan on coming back, because we don't want another one of these. Meeting tonight, hope you don't notice this email. We want a timeline that's
I'm sorry,
published on
just
the
let me
website.
understand what kind of
and sent to us.
timeline you want, a
A
meeting?
timeline of when you're gonna reconvene and come back to us with milestones, project milestones that you commit to meet with the community. The first might be as simple as later this week, we see what the plan B was, that it sounds like it was already fleshed out. There's a slide that no one could find, but
Shannon, can you please hold the slide?
show us the data, show us the information, tap into the community. There are a lot of experts in this community. It sounds like we're working with the parties one.
Listen, we're all just trying to do the best we can with what we have.
So are we.
And that's the reality. So, you know, you can paint us to be terrible people.
I asked you what you're going to do next, and I haven't gotten answers. So you deserve to give us the answer now.
Let's watch this, look at this slide, and I will get back to you, I promise, okay?
The one alternate. Oh, wow. For those 120 staff members, what's the allocation by school?
Now,
Because right now
we
we're
have
talking about.
to examine enrollments, but I will tell you it's top heavy on our larger buildings.
Okay. So larger buildings meaning high schools, right?
No, elementary, larger buildings.
Okay,
That's where
but
we
there's
realize
several
there is Nutswap, Lincroft, Harmony. Because when you have more classes, you have more ability to put students together. Listen, this was not a willy-nilly plan we put together. You can really think what you want, but I have to tell you, and I'm gonna be honest when I say this to you, over the last 3 years, I have scrutinized this budget line for line.
Nailed it.
Line by line, while trying to preserve the education for all the kids.
You're failing!
Okay. Joan, do you have anything else to say?
I just want to say, like I asked I would like to see Plan C or D where there's no closing of schools and the effect of it.
I said that
And
again.
I agree with you. I'd like to hear what the people have to say, which is what I've said all along, and see if
If you
there is.
don't know, you at least put some pressure on them to get their acts together.
Why in this,
But that's what I would like to
We're gonna try it best I
why
can.
in this alternative doesn't say anything about reduction in
We're gonna, I'm sorry, please let the board just talk right now.
Any iteration of this budget.
Then why isn't it up
Joan,
there?
Joan, do you have anything else to say?
No, just that, well, what they're saying is.
Yes, Leonora?
They want to see them, and I think a lot of people want to see it.
Mark? Joe? No. Deb? Good? Jackie? Pat? Gary? If you have anything else you want to say. Okay. So we're going to now vote. I'm going to take a motion for 12A.
So moved.
The second? There's no discussion because we just spoke already. Amy, roll call.
Mrs. Caminiti.
Yes.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
No.
Mrs. Newman. Yes, if we're gonna look for another plan.
Boo!
We need a budget, I'm sorry.
No, we
No, you don't need a budget tonight!
Please stop yelling out. The board is in the middle of voting. Please
Shut
stop
up,
yelling
Bruce.
out.
You don't need it tonight. You said at the end of the month you needed it. At least give us the time.
Mr. Safarowski.
Not if you pass it, you're not.
No.
Mrs. Tobacco.
Yes.
Surprise.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor? Did anybody have new business? Do you want to discuss anything?
You should resign. That would be great.
Sorry.
Motion
Yeah,
to adjourn.
actually I do. Why we have a big crowd here? We have.
Are we going to the
Excuse
break room?
Excuse me.
Are you taking
I would like to, I want to give new business. And it involves students.
Should have voted no.
Excuse me. I'm
You're
not voting
excused.
no for our kids.
You're excused.
You are
Yeah.
though.
You're excused.
So are you. This weekend, High School North is having their play. I hope everybody comes to see it. Next weekend, High School South is. You cannot get to a better play even in New York. Our students are outstanding, and I hope you come and support them.
Motion to adjourn.
About it.
Motion to adjourn?
Are we not gonna have new business to talk?
Motion to adjourn?
Excuse me, do we not have open mic for new business? Yes or no? Well, is the mic
New
open?
business is for board members, not for public.
It used to be.
For board
Not anymore, not anymore.
I know, this is basically, there's so many moving parts to this, but know that like.
Sir, would you like to say something? Go ahead.
It's not related to the budget or the.
And if there's another solution, we're gonna change it. Absolutely, 100%. I'll reach out to you guys tomorrow, I promise, yeah.
So, these are just some recommendations. You guys know.
Name and address for the
My
record.
name is Mike Metropindo, Buchanan Boulevard. My kids have graduated from the school district, and I'm not trying to brag. My daughter was the valedictorian at High School South. She's in medical school. You guys put out a good job, okay? Middletown School District is a good district, and I appreciate what everybody on previous boards and previous administrations have done, and I know you guys are in a pinch. I understand that, but you need to understand, please, that it was insulting to the community the way this was handled today.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not asking you to say a word or agree with me, and I think you understand that, but I just want to say that it was insulting to all of us that we were not involved in the process. Amy will tell you, I've known Amy for years. We used to have a budget ad hoc committee. I was on it for years. Dr. George got rid of it. We had a facilities committee. I was on it. They got rid of that too. If you want to consider doing that, it's not going to help us today, but if you want to consider that for the future, maybe you can avoid some of this in the future, where you get everybody out, everybody's agitated, everybody's upset, and nothing gets accomplished. So please, we have accountants, we have lawyers, we have so many people. I am so proud of everybody in this room that spoke tonight, because they really did hold it in check. And I feel so sorry that we're all in this situation, but we have to understand that it is all of us that are in this situation, okay? So we want to help you. You're trying to help us, but we, the public, want to help you. So please, come to us with these things, not the night before, not 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Come to us. The more transparency that you give us, you will find the calmer the people will be when they come to board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else have a comment before a motion to adjourn? Yep. Motion to adjourn? Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Have a good